This is not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Blessed be our new founding fathers. Authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Up on a poster, everybody knows that when we win it's cause we're supposed to. Fighting with the dark side, running but you can't hide. Talking all that's got you tall, that's right. We painted a window, we'll finish, you better be ready to throw down. Calling us famous, I'm missing the papers and we find our way cause we know how. Don't get it twisted, we doing our business, they're chanting our names and it's sold out. Better believe it, we can't be defeated, no way. We are the heroes, we're talking legends. Walk back down into the hands or to the heaven. Heroes, we're talking legends. Down into the hands or to the heavens. Can't stop us when we go in. Greens and greens are folding. The something in our hearts, feel the rush. Yeah, we're golden. Sending out a message, leave them in the wreckage. Unbreakable, powerful forces not to mess with. We can't a winner, we'll finish. You better be ready to throw down. Calling the same as I'm losing the papers and we find our way cause we know how. When our business is chanting our names and it's so loud. Better believe it, we can't be defeated, no way. We are the heroes, we're talking legends. Walk back down into the hands of
Hey y'all, happy Saturday. Weird, huh? How's everybody? I'm gonna let everybody pile in and get comfortable, right? Real quick, so that I can talk to y'all before we see Glam pop in and let y'all know what's going on with this, right? Like Jenny's live on a Saturday. What the hell? And um she's by herself. Oh my gosh, which should be used to by now. I do that quite often when it's an off day. But um on top of it, right? What the hell? So let me answer some of those questions, right? Okay. Hey Toasty. You're good. You have fun. I know you're busy. How's everybody? How are y'all? Like, it's been a crazy. Yesterday was crazy on YouTube. I mean, what the hell? Was it a full moon? Oh my goodness. Hang on, I'm trying to catch y'all's. Ay ay ay. What's going on? Yeah, because yesterday was crazy. Absolutely. Completely nuts too. Right? Y'all. So let me catch y'all up on why I'm here. Hey Bad Wolf, it's about time. No, it's another Glam. It's Glam with Kimberly. It's not Boy Glam. Oh, I forgot about that. We call yeah, that's why it's confusion too. No, Bad Wolf. And hey, you. Good to see you. So, let me explain. Kimberly, Glam with Kimberly is who I'm talking about, Bad Wolf. I don't know if you know her or not. Um, so, yesterday we were all battling the Kyle stuff, right? And let me say that when it was being battled, Glam was one of the people defending me, okay? She was full force defending me about it. And I've got to give her that, y'all. And here's what I think about what's going on, okay? I think that Glam did that interview and she did not realize when she did it, she didn't realize the amount of hate that she could get for it. I truly believe that. And I believe that here's my thing with it, okay? And I'm going to tell Glam when she gets here, I'm going to tell her all this. We're going to have a conversation up here in front of everybody. And I think that's needed. I think that what happened is what I saw in that interview, it had nothing to do with Michelle. For me, it didn't. You know, what it had to do with for me was her attitude. Her attitude, it was a completely different Glam than the one we've not got to know. I think that's how I feel about it. I feel like it was a different person we all watched up there, because that wasn't the Glam that I was slowly getting to know. You know what I mean? That wasn't anybody she let us see before. You know what I mean? And then what I think is that she just, like, instead of, I don't know, going live and, like, when you make a horrible decision on YouTube like that, you know, the best thing for you to do is usually go live or make a video and explain why you did it and that you didn't realize what you were doing. You know what I mean? Like, that should have been the next thing to do, in my opinion, because instead she doubled down and, like, got kind of went back at everybody that had something to say about it. And that necessarily is not the way to handle things. Like, unless you want to make a big deal of it and you want to have, fights back and forth with all these people, that's not the way to handle things. You know what I mean? But I don't think, and I understand somewhat of it. Like, you want to defend yourself, but you just kept getting cockier and cockier. We watched her, So I think, I just want her to have a chance to explain herself. I want her to be able to answer questions, herself, and tell everybody and be real. I want her to be real about it this time. Don't be defensive, or none of that. Just be real and say, I screwed up, or whatever you feel. Like, be honest. Be honest with people. I'm telling you, on this platform, it's very forgiving. If you are honest about things, people they like that more so than, being a fake mean girl. You know what I mean? And I don't know if it's fake. I think it's like some people are saying that's the real Glam and this and that. I don't know. I'm not on the same page with everybody, because I did see Glam defend me nonstop. I saw her go against people and defend me. You know what I mean? When she could have just went along with it. So I have to say she did a little bit. You think she is, Kelly? I don't know. See, I'm not on the same page with you, but I liked the Glam pre the interview, the one where she would, go live and do her makeup and stuff like that. She was a nice, easygoing person. She didn't even have the same voice, in my opinion. It was just a different, I don't know. I can't explain it. But you don't think so, Sumi? Hey, K9 Charlie, welcome back to Troll Class. I just think that she wasn't prepared for all this, and she thought she could just start defending herself from each and every person, and it does not work that way on here. You either can handle it or you can't, and I think that she's just not suited for drama, in my opinion, because it has spiraled out of control, and people that don't even know what the hell happened is jumping on the bandwagon. So I don't know. I think that we should all, give her a minute to explain. And I just want to talk to her. Just have a conversation. Me and her right here. Tara, you said she's running late. I will email her the link real quick. I should have done that. And then afterwards, if y'all would, I think an apology is definitely in need for that whole post, asking people to flag tragic. Now that's a little too much, unless, I don't know. The only way we're going to get answers and see what she was really thinking is to ask her and talk to her. You know what I mean? And I think she wants to just put this behind her, I think she just wants to, I don't think she's suited for dramas per se, if that's what she was trying to do. And see, that's why we don't have answers, because I haven't talked to her, other than on a panel and to say that I'm going to start a live about you. And, because I think she dug a hole that she really didn't mean to, and she doesn't know how to get out of it. That's my opinion on it, and you're more than welcome to have your own opinion, but, that's where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? I think, I was the first one to say over on Chatter's Voice when I watched that, you know what I mean? when I watched the interview, I watched it live with y'all on Chatter's Voice. That was the first time I had watched it when I reviewed it over there. And it was awful. It was a different person, you know? To me, I was like, what the hell? You know? So I was in shock too. And I was one of the people that, you know, and I kept saying, yes, I like Glam. Because I did like Glam. I do like Glam. The person I knew as Glam, not the one with the attitude Glam, you know? And I think she meant well. And she really, you know, thought that maybe she did think she was helping Michelle. Either way, I think that she's dug in and she doesn't know how to get out. And that's what we do, is listen to people, you know, like let them tell their side. Like, I think everybody should listen, and maybe she'll openly talk and we can talk about it. She can be real, you know, and we can all, you know, get it done, you know, over with. And maybe she can. No, I know, Kelly, I can't help it. But I think that, like, you know, I really do think that she did not realize the hole she was digging. I really do. And that, you know, and I don't, to me, it has nothing to do with her interviewing Michelle, right? To me, it has nothing to do with that. I could care less, you know, about that. It's the fact she was a different person. You know what I mean? That's what I saw. Like, she was a different person in that interview, man. And I had never seen her like that. Never, ever. Hang on, y'all. I'm trying to email the link. And then if y'all want to, like, it would be great if, while she was here, I don't know, Tragic could come up and she could apologize to her. And then who else? Like the people that she really, you know, went at, right? If they could talk things out too, you know, it would be great if we could have a kind of reconciliation or, you know, type thing here. That would be great. I'm just putting it out there, you know, if they could also, you know, work it out. It's really? Hang on. You shouldn't be. Oh my goodness. Let me find your channel and see. And let me send you the link too. Okay. Let's see. Let me look at her channel. Make sure she's not blocked in here. That would be horrible. No, you're not blocked. I checked. I'm not looking at the chat while I was talking. That could be it. Where's she asking that at? I think she seriously, where are they saying that? They can't strike me, the weirdos. Oh my God. They're weirdos. Hang on, y'all. Sorry. Getting about. Hi, Glenn.
I was in chat for a little while, and I was figuring you probably weren't seeing me, so that's why I thought I better send you an email and let you know I'm here.
That's okay. Yeah, I wasn't looking at it. I was trying to just talk to everybody.
It's okay. First off, I want to thank you, Jenny, for doing this for me. And before we even start, I owe every single person here a huge an apology. You were absolutely right. When I listened back to it, I was totally different. It wasn't me. And I think it was just me trying to put up guards.
Yeah.
And I mean, all I can say is that I am so sorry. Nothing like it will ever, ever happen again. Um, I know a lot of it was defensive, but it
Yeah.
shouldn't have happened to begin with to even get defensive. And I know that. And I own my mistakes for it. So, you know, so I just figured I would just start with that I know I was wrong. And, you know, I know I've done wrong. There's no doubt
I,
about that. I know
and
that.
I know. And that's really, I think if you had to watch yourself back, like
And it did, Vinny,
before,
and I think I just got so freaking defensive with all the comments.
yeah.
And I think that's what happened. And I just think I just like the last, I haven't looked at anything today. I don't know what anyone is saying. I'm just not even paying attention. And I just think I let a lot of it get to me where I just should have just let it go and not even read a thing. And then it would have just gotten a lot easier, but I didn't. And I got defensive and I was wrong.
I know. I think that it was, to me, it had nothing to do with having Michelle on, really, honestly. To me, when I watched it, because I watched it live, I didn't watch it previously because I had already heard rumors of it was really bad, and I liked you, and I didn't want it to change my opinion, of you. So, and that's what I told the girls, like, even when they suggested it, I was live at the time when they were suggesting we go over it, and I'm like, is it gonna make me mad? Is it gonna be bad? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh God. And honestly, it was a different person. Complete. It was like a
I don't know what,
completely
I can't even say I know
different
what over
person.
me. I don't even know
Well,
what, I don't
I
know.
think this is just my opinion. I'm gonna ask her questions, y'all.
You
Just
go
hang
ahead.
on. No, I
You
know.
can
I'm
ask
just
me
telling the
anything,
chat.
Jimmy. Anything you
I'm just
want, you can ask me. And if I can answer it, I certainly will. Not a problem.
okay. I'm gonna ask her questions, y'all. Just let me. It's give me
I'm
a
not
second.
reading. I'm not
Yeah,
reading the
don't look at the
chat.
chat.
I'm not.
We'll be all right.
I'm
But
not.
I'll ask questions about the community post and all that. I
Okay.
just want to talk to
Okay.
her for a minute first. So that was my whole thing because I did it live, and I think what part of what happened is like how when you're around somebody and you kind of take on their personality. Some people do that and some people don't.
Yeah, I get that.
I think that it could have been that you were, like hanging with Michelle a little bit there and kind of, were nervous and you were trying to make her comfortable possibly. And, you just took on like you were possessed for a minute by Michelle.
Yeah, I think it was a mixture of a lot of that.
Yeah.
Green would be the smallest cup.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah, I
think
think it was a mixture of a lot of it. And I mean, all I can say is I was wrong. I was wrong. Like, I can't even say that I don't deserve what people have come to me with, because a lot of it I do. I own it. Uh, the only thing I can do is try to do better moving forward and not ever let it happen again. I mean, that's all I can, like, I don't know what else to do other, own
well,
my mistakes.
a
Yes.
lot of people they think that I'm just telling y'all my opinion on it, and then we're gonna ask the questions y'all want. Hang tight. So here's one of the things. A lot of people are saying that no, that's the real Glam. Like the real Glam came out, her mask fell, and that's really her.
Okay.
What would you? I mean,
No, not at all. I was horrified at myself actually listening to it, and it would have been down even before. And the only reason that it wasn't Jenny is because I was told, no, don't take it down. You'll look like you're a coward. That's why it didn't come down. So, because when I heard it back, I thought, who the fuck is that? That's the truth. I was mortified at myself. That's the truth.
And see, I think that because you don't know how, like, you've been doing a purely makeup channel,
Right.
where you, like, a real channel. It's, in my opinion, those are real channels to me. Like,
Right.
our channels are kind of drama channels,
Right.
it's not, it's totally different. And so I think that you really bit off more than you could chew. You know what I mean? Okay, hang on. They need me to turn your volume up. Let's see. Which I was wondering if you were low for them. You're okay for me, but it sometimes StreamYards does that. Okay, so I turned you up. Let's see. Say something.
How am I now?
Okay, I think you're better. Okay. I turned your volume up all the way, so maybe they can hear you. So I think that the best thing would be, like, to, because this is what I'm trying to do. I think we need to put, like, I'd like to put a stop to the whole hate and glam thing, because really and
No one
truly,
would like that more than me, honestly.
I know, and I feel like you're not one of these people that can handle that sort of outrage or that sort of thing. And
I'm not
I
used
don't,
to it, Jenny, to be honest
I,
with you. Like,
I know,
I'm not used to that sort of hate. And
I
like
know,
I'm just not. It's like, because I don't have anything in my life that would cause that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so to get hit with that, and then it's, fake tears. Like, I don't care what people think about me. I know who I am, but it's what I care about is what people think about that. That's me. That's not me. That's not me at all.
right. That's a totally, and see, that's my whole thing. You're gonna, like, that's what I was saying before you got here. I think if you will, this right now, just like I think you're doing, I think you're being real. I think that if you will, through this,
Mm-hmm.
be real and let us, and, like, really let people know what happened. I think they are forgiving, and I'm hoping that once we get done talking, people would come up and let you apologize to them, because I truly believe that it was a mistake and you didn't really know how bad you were acting. I really don't.
Jenny, I don't know if you heard it, but I've done 2 lives apologizing. 2.
No, I haven't listened to them. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I done 2 lives apologizing to Tragic and apologizing to Lucy. And I had said, like someone said, like, you owe Tragic and Lucy an apology. And what I said is, no, I don't owe anybody an apology for anybody else's mouth. I owe an
Yeah, I know, but
apology
I
for,
understand that. But Glam, the way YouTube works, honest to
yeah.
God, you are responsible for what's said on your panel by who.
And
It's
I
always
understand
been
that.
like that.
Yeah, and
And
I
I know,
get that,
yeah,
but when I said that, I wasn't like, I truly wasn't even thinking about that, Jenny, like, because I just thought, like, no, like, that's your lips, not mine. Like, I can say my own shit, you know what I mean? And so I'll be responsible for my own words.
right.
But that,
But
I
when
understand
you,
that now,
yeah,
but when I said that, I wasn't thinking on those terms, is what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah, but and when you're dealing, like, with YouTube, when you're dealing with something serious that somebody has really, um I'm a lot different than most people on here, and I'm really forgiving kind of person, and I don't take a lot of this serious like that, as much I do, but not as much. I let people get away with a lot more, and honest to God, I believe that when you're dealing with somebody, especially like Michelle, that has really hurt people, she's done the god awfulest worst
Oh,
to
I know.
everybody. You
I
know,
know.
emotions are very strong with people with that. And even though sometimes you might think it's crazy, and some other people might, they don't, and they're very passionate about it. And I think you know that was already bad setup, and then along with you having such an attitude with it, it really ticked everybody off, because the whole having Michelle, I could care less. the
I
different
get that.
person I saw, that was what was
I
shocking to me. I was like, oh my God.
yeah, no, and
It's
I
like,
totally understand that. I totally understand. And I think the only thing I can like the only thing that I'm not making excuses for it, but the only thing that I can say is that just triggered me, like just put me off was nerves, like because I knew it was going to be a thing, like
that's why I said about your laugh, that I really think I thought it was a nervous laugh. That's why, because
and when I
like,
listened back, and you were absolutely right, because I mean I it shouldn't have happened to begin with. And
yeah,
then seeing like some, and I mean that's why I said to Michelle, like, stop reading the comments, because I stopped reading comments, because
yeah.
and where a lot of the nerves and like, and then just defensive started coming out, I guess, and that's the only thing I can contribute it to,
Well,
not making excuses for it, because it's my actions,
so
you know.
about the comments, let me just say, um, we're all on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
On a channel, and the thing that leads and kind of makes or breaks your channel is
Yeah.
the subscribers. And
Right.
people in the comments, really, most people don't think this way, but I do. Those are the important people. Those are the ones that make or break you. Those are the people when, like Michelle, you know, telling her to shut off the comments. That's probably a good idea, because she, would pay attention to nothing else. But the truth is, you need to watch and pay attention to your chat, because those are the people that are important. That's to me, that's the important part. Those are the people that you're doing it for in the beginning. So, immediately, like, no matter what, having Michelle doing an interview just sets you up for failure anyways. That's the
Oh,
whole
like,
reason that I
yeah.
thought you were trying to build your channel. Like, is that
No.
what?
So like,
Because that's the only reason some people would put up with Michelle. Look,
right.
Michelle doesn't make or break my channel. I don't
Right.
like I can do with or without her. Sometimes we argue, sometimes I can be cool with her. But
Right.
some people like, if you haven't been here a long time and you
Right.
don't have a relationship with your chat and your people, that's the difference. That's what, when
And
you
you're right.
ask what's the difference between me and you, that's the difference.
You're
I have I've been here a long time, and I have
I
a
won't deny.
relationship
You
with
are,
my people.
yeah, you're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. And like, and this is now, so that would have been like the biggest chat, anything I've ever had. Okay. So, and now, like, looking back, and what you're saying is that, like, the chat is your biggest thing. You're 100% right. But in that moment, I never
Right.
even thought about that, Jenny, because I never ever had a chat like it on YouTube.
Right.
So I
Right.
hadn't even thought of it. And like now, like you're saying, and I've heard it, and there's absolutely no denying it, like 100%, 100%. But I had no freaking clue. The bottom line was I did not know what the hell I was doing. That's the bottom line. And I'll admit
Right.
that.
Right. I
I
think
just,
that's why I said I believe it was, you know, it could be one or two things. Like, you were actually trying to help Michelle, and she put you in a bad position.
and
Oh,
I,
and because you're friends with her,
and
or
I
the opposite.
no, we're not bosom buddies or anything like that, or
Yeah.
BFFs or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, no, no,
Yeah. I didn't mean like that, but
no, no,
like,
no. But it's been said though, not just like you saying that. It's been said, like we're best friends, and yeah, I'm like whatever. It ain't happening.
yeah,
No, no, we're just not. And there, and it's not that I'm hiding anything, because there's nothing to hide. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not. But she had asked me, I was doing a live, and I don't even know what it was on now. And anyway, Michelle came into my chat, and she said, drop me a link. And I said, okay. And she came up, and it was fine. Like, she was up for maybe 5 or 10 minutes or something like that. And it was fine. And then she said at the end of it, hey, if why don't you? Well, I had made a joke in it. She had said something in that live to me, something about, how like Ski would say that, I don't know, what was it? The Michelle effect. She said something like that about the Michelle effect. So I made a joke about it and I said, hey, Michelle, I got a serious question. Do you think I'm going to get the Michelle effect here? And I laughed at it because I was joking, right? So then Michelle had said, well, do you want to do like a Q&A with me? And honest to God, Jen, and I said yes. I never gave it any more thought. Like I just never thought it. I never thought it through the way I should have. And I didn't. And I'm wrong. And I'm wrong for that. I am wrong. But I never thought it through. That's how it came about.
Right. So it's possible that you could, were thinking, well, I don't know.
Well,
I
see,
don't
she
really
came
know.
up on my channel. She came up on my panel and she
I
was
lost my
so
thought.
calm. And she was really like, she was definitely talking like a different person. And like everything
That's
was
how
cool.
but
I know, I
that's
know.
how the devil comes to people, right? As a different person.
But she was like,
I
and
mean,
so she was quite nice and all that. And so in my mind, I thought, okay, well, let's do it. Let's do a Q&A. Maybe there's questions that she's not covered or something and people want to know or, like whatever. So I thought, okay. And I figured it could go either way. Like I did after when I said yes, I knew it could go either way. I wasn't prepared for it to go the
oh
other way
hell.
so much. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't prepared for that. And honestly, like I didn't know what I was doing at that time, at that moment. I really didn't. And I'm first to admit it. Like I didn't.
Hang on. I'm gonna okay, so wait a minute. Paloma.
But it's not an
Maybe
excuse for having an attitude either.
sorry,
That's
I
on
gotta
me.
answer.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm gonna let Paloma come up with us. She's gonna kinda keep the conversation
Mm-hmm.
steady. But yes, I understand. I think that Michelle would anyway possibly take advantage of anybody to, for her own satisfaction. I think she probably knew what was going to happen.
Jenny, can I
And
clarify something with you?
yeah,
Like, so I heard a lot of people, even when I came in your chat, and I mean, and I was friggin' attacked like no man's business. And even by mods, like even telling me because they were one of them in particular, and I took a screenshot of it, and she apparently was blocked or timed out or something. And after the live, I went back and I fixed that, but I wasn't aware of it when it was happening, even though like people were saying it, but I stopped reading the chat. I truly stopped reading the chat, and that's my fault. And I mean, I know you don't do that. You know what I mean? But I did, and I own it. And so anyway, I have said something in one of my, I said it something about, no, it wasn't that live, but it was in another live. And someone came in, someone said something about you. I don't know what it was about. What it was something in regards of me doing this anyway, and Jenny wasn't happy or whatever. And that's when I had said, what's the difference in Jenny having Michelle on panel or me having her on panel? Isn't like you're like she's band creator on mine, isn't she still a band creator on Jenny's? You know what I'm saying? Like that was
yeah.
what I'm saying. So what is the difference? But I wasn't coming down on you. I wasn't attacking you or anything like that. Like I seen a lot of that crap. I never talked smack on you, not a bit. I just said that question. That's all. That's all I did.
I
And
know, but
I
I
mean,
think that's why
I
what
know
I
now, like
explained to
I
you
know the
earlier.
answer now. Don't get me wrong,
And
but that's
like,
what I said.
yeah, it's because it is a totally different thing, like
Oh,
emotion
absolutely.
wise. Oh my
Absolutely.
goodness, Lori, you don't have to do that. Don't give me money.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Jenny. That's what I said. I didn't talk shit on you. That's what I had said. But it got sent to you that I was
Thank you,
talking
Lori.
shit. You
Sorry.
know what I'm saying? So I
Well,
really
see,
wasn't.
yeah, Oh, and listen, regardless, one thing people really got to know, you should have known by now. I don't just take what people are saying. That's why I didn't say anything to you, because I didn't take it. I knew you eventually, with this whole experience, you would eventually learn why there's a difference, So I never.
I totally know. Like, but I mean, when
take
I
it
said
as you
that,
were talking crap a lot, because I think you really
I was,
thought you knew what you were doing, and you didn't. I
I
think
had
that your
no,
experience on YouTube has
I
been
had
totally
no
different.
bloody clue. I had no business doing it, and I had no clue. That's the goddess truth. That's the truth. I had no business doing it, and I didn't know what I was doing. And that's like,
No,
there's no
it's just
way
a
admitting it.
diploma.
Like, that's
Hey,
that's
can I
the truth.
can I interject for
Yep.
just 1 second? I just
Yes.
wanted to help out for just a minute. So adjust my mic as needed. I put it down low. I don't know where your guys's are at, but so when it comes to stuff like this, it can feel like you're almost sitting in a hot seat being questioned by a whole bunch of people that
Yeah.
have varying differences of opinions. Jenny does these because she wants to be able to publicly have the conversation, to ask the questions, to help. So this is her way of kind
I'm
of
so thankful she is doing it. Very
interjecting.
thankful.
Yeah.
So
So one thing that's happening, coming from someone who's in the chat kind of listening, one thing that's happening is there's a lot of talking over top of each other. And so
Right.
it comes off as, and I want to help you understand this. It comes off as being defensive. And I know you,
Oh,
Kimberly, we've talked before. I know you, I've been on a panel with you before.
uh-huh.
I know that's not necessarily the case. So I wanted to bring that up.
Okay.
If we stop talking over top of each other, it doesn't come off as defensive, and then people are actually hearing what you're saying, and then able to hear Jenny's whole question.
Right. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm not trying to. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yeah,
It's
and
okay.
I don't want the
I think she gets nervous. I think
yeah.
like it's a nervous thing, and then she just,
Right.
Nervous Jenny. I don't like this. I don't even know how to cope. That's the goddess
yeah,
truth.
because you're not used to any of
I
this.
don't
I
even
know.
know. Like, my husband said to me today, it said, we have to get home. Like, I have to do this. He's like, Kimberly, just throw it out the bloody window, basically. And I
I'm
said,
so sorry. Yeah,
I'm wrong. Like, I told him I was wrong. I admit I fucked up. I totally own it. Like, I was wrong. And I
I
told him,
know.
even if I throw it out the window, I still need to own it because it's not me.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
And look, I think one of the main things people are really upset about, entirely, is like the dirty community posts. Like,
and
that's
you know where
kind of
that came,
a
you know where
double,
that
triple down.
you know where that came from, Jenny?
Where?
So I made this apology twice to Lucy and to Tragic, right? And I done it twice to them. And then the next thing, I see Lucy and Tragic over in another chat, and the whole fucking chat is one just trash show. And the two of them are in it. That they're all talking about doing fucking parodies on me. I mean, it was just a shit show. So I still never said a damn thing. I still went and did my second apology to them both. Lucy came up on panel, and Lucy acted as everything was totally fine. And no, sorry, that was this when Lucy came up, that was the second time. But Lucy had come up on panel, and Lucy was in a chat. But up on panel, she totally acted like she was completely fine. Yeah, she understood everything I was saying, and I mean, I owned my wrongdoings. Like, I totally did. I said I fucked up, and then I saw them just trash the living fuck right out of me. So I still never said shit. Then I see a community post on Tragic, and it said, since Kimberly gave Michelle a safe place. Now, I mean, I'm not saying this word for word, but, the gist of it. Since basically I gave Michelle a safe place to trash them, she's going to give everyone a safe place to have their say about me.
That's where the community post came from. That's when I said, please, everyone go and report it. When I said that, Jenny, that was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I never
Yeah.
fucking slept at all the whole Sunday night. Never closed my fucking eyes.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason. Look, y'all, this is the whole reason I'm doing this because, like I said, I don't think
So
Glam
when I
is.
said,
I
like,
don't think she did anything intentional. I think she doesn't like. A lot of people don't realize if you don't want to make something to be made,
I know.
and don't address it. Like it
Just
just
shut
gets
up. I
bigger and
know.
bigger
Just
the
and
more
I
you
just
fight
saw it,
and
and I
Hold
double
on,
down.
hold on.
like,
You're interrupting Jenny. This is
I'm
The more
sorry.
you-
I'm sorry.
yeah.
The more you fight and double down, the worse it gets. And it goes on and on and on. And like, even though I don't think you knew how to handle any of it, but you didn't handle it correctly. You know what I mean? Regardless, because like people are just kind of, what's the word I'm looking for, Valoma? They're defensive too because they've handled all this with Michelle for a long time, and so it just
done a
gets
lot of
worse
bad.
and worse,
She's done some pretty unforgivable things.
Tragic. Do you want to come up and talk to her? Would
to
you
see
like
And
to
I
come?
Michelle.
like, Jenny, all I can say is that I know I did wrong. When I said on my community post, please go report it. Like I said, this was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning my time. And if no one believes that, like, you could go and look at the time in there. It's fine. That's when I did it. Was I thinking? Frig, no. I never gave it a second damn thought other than I was just like, Lord, jumping Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I was coming from. So
Glam,
I
take
was
a
going to
deep
take
breath.
it down completely yesterday, and I was told, no, don't take it down. Don't dare take it down because then it'll be even worse. And so I did remove the part where I said, please report. I wasn't even friggin' thinking. I truly wasn't. I really was not 100%. But I mean, I did it, so I own it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I own it. I did it. I'm responsible for it, but I wasn't even thinking clearly. So that's all I can say.
Yeah, Glam, you want to take a deep breath and maybe like stretch your arms or something like that.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Because I don't want to hear you this upset.
I'm okay.
I think
I'm
can I if I want to explain to you that a lot of people learn the hard way that especially whenever you're new over in this community, a lot of people learn that getting into the drama absolutely brings them, they build their channel off of it very quickly. But then whenever that dramatic situation stops or goes away or the people leave or whatever, then you kind of crash and burn. But if you are authentically yourself and you start a channel and you'll grow on your own, you know what I mean? Like every day you'll achieve new goals and you'll grow on your own without having all of the animosity and the hatred. And I think what people are very, very upset with, I was pretty upset, I'll be honest with you, not judgmental, but upset because I've seen this crazy beast run through the community, not just with Tragic, so many different people that she's hurt very unforgivably. And to see her, to see her on a panel with somebody laughing, cutting up, and kind of running freely at the mouth, making her excuses and whatever, kind of sucks, as opposed to the difference being when she's on Jenny's panel, Jenny's asking her the questions and then calling her out on the lies. When Jenny would ask her, did you do this? And Michelle would say no, Jenny's like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
You're right.
Kind of holding her to it, as opposed to, where it feels like, a couple of girls are just cutting it up and having a good time. And I think, in my opinion, I think that's why a lot of people in the community, it's the people that have been very hurt by things that she's said or done in their real life or against them, that are very, very upset.
But like, my last intent was to ever hurt one person. Not one person do I want to hurt. Like, all I want to do is help people. So the thought, that's what ripped me up the most, was the thought that knowing that I hurt people.
Yeah, I can
And
understand
I'm
that.
so sorry.
Because you're a kind person. You're very
sorry
kind.
to anybody that I did hurt. I truly, like, if there's anything that I could do to make it right, like I'll do my damnedest.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. That's all I can say is I own what I did. I'm not making
Mhm.
excuses for what I did. I own it, and all I can
Mhm.
say is that I'm sorry, and I'll do my best to move it forward.
One
That's
one thing you've got to learn, and I don't know if you've watched, like I'm sure you've seen it when Michelle's done it, the over talking people and like not letting them finish their sentences. That not, I know you're nervous. I know, I get it, and I think that you're wanting to respond so quickly, and I think that's why you overtalk when somebody's talking. I
uh,
think you're nervous, and you know what I mean. But
yeah, I get it.
that's what ticks people off too,
Right.
So I think the thing that would help, like I think you're sincere. I don't know, other people might not, but to me, like to be here, number one, it shows plenty. It shows you
Uh-huh.
want to fix things, and like you're being truthful to me. I believe, I think that you bit off more than you could chew, and
Absolutely.
I think that the best thing to maybe, is you are making your apologies, and people can um take it or leave it.
Right.
That's what I was trying to do though, is give a place where you could tell people how you feel genuinely,
Uh-huh.
and I think that you are. I think that, the only other thing would be just to, I don't know, take a break and kind of,
Does tragic want to come up? Because I will definitely.
I'm trying, um,
Yeah. In the meantime,
she's
take a
here.
deep breath. Read the back chat. I put you a message in the back chat.
Okay.
And just take a deep breath.
Yeah,
Jenny's whole intention is to kind of
I
give you the
know.
opportunity to explain. And so when it comes to this, there's like specific things that people are upset or pissed or want to
I think,
understand better.
yeah,
So let her finish the whole question. When
Yeah.
that one word comes out, it kind of triggers that you want a reaction,
Oh,
but
okay. Yeah.
I
it may
I'm
think
not.
that
sorry.
it's
It's
okay.
just
You're
It's
because
all
I'm
fine.
trying
right.
to agree, like in the one words, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
It's
okay.
it's
It's
okay.
uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable spot, but Jenny doesn't bring people up here to make things worse. She brings people up
Right.
here to give them a voice
Man,
so
I'm hoping a
everybody can hear them.
resolution. Tragic.
Yeah.
I think she was trying to tell you that that once you say something or whatever on your channel, it's gonna also come back at you.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
understand. I totally understand now. In the
Yeah,
moment, like I didn't.
I know, and I don't think. I really think that maybe from now on, people can, they'll see a difference. They'll have to see it themselves. I think people are very upset about the post. And what else was it? Let me see.
Okay, so but Jenny, I would have removed it, but then I'm told like, okay, if you remove it, you're bad. If you don't, you know what I mean? So I didn't know. So would people like for me to like I have no problem removing it. Not a problem in this world. You know what I mean? But I didn't know if I was damned if I do and damned if I don't at that moment because it was
Mhm.
already done. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, because when you do something and then if you delete it, they'll call you either a wimp or that you were trying to hide something. So I get it. Like once it's done, you
Yeah.
either have to stand behind it or not. So hang on,
So
I got some question here.
Jenny, but I mean, now with that being said, like I reacted to something. So, like, like, is that right to see that though? Like, like,
I
am
I
I
think
wrong? You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
Like, you know what I
well,
mean?
here's the thing that people don't get, and especially I don't think you're suited for drama. I really don't, Glam. I don't think you can handle it. I think that you respond to everything, and that is so not the way to do things. You have to
Right.
pick your fights wisely on here, and um it is picking a fight when you address something like that. That is absolutely picking a fight. So
Yeah.
That's the way
Yeah.
YouTube works. It's always been that way and always will. If you address it, you're fighting, you know? So,
Absolutely.
and
Okay.
what you did was address all these people and try to answer everybody. And
Yeah,
it
so I thought that's
started
what
a
I should
fight
do, or
with
I will
everybody.
like I thought if I didn't do that, then I, like I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So I thought, okay, I'll try to answer the questions as honestly as I can, like be as truthful as I can. But it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't matter. And people had their minds made up at that point anyway. So
Yep.
a lot of times they do. Like they don't care what you ask, what they ask you. They're asking you just because they want to hear something, but their mind is already made up. And, so like to me, then it's why I asked, because nothing I could say could change that if that's the case. Like I don't
When
know.
you
And
when you when you feel like someone's mind is already made up, that's probably, just for future reference, like that's probably not the best time to respond or react to something. Sometimes let everybody cool down and then come with your heart and your truth and then explain it. And then the people that are upset are going to stay upset, and the people that aren't going to stay upset. But Jenny is right about the drama community. I've learned the hard way that if you're a very kind person, or if you're empathic, or if other people's feelings bother you, or their opinions bother you, you have to kind of build up your resistance to that. Because when people of all walks of life, when people understand that, saying, I'm just going to use words for instance, I don't mean any of the things I'm going to say, but I think you're absolutely beautiful. If someone were to say that you were ugly and that got a reaction out of you, they're going to say it every day, all day, and all their friends are going to say it every day, all
Yep.
day, just to get that reaction. And so it's also when you hang out with, like, if your inner circle of people, or those that you talk to most, also have that same reactive personality, where everything that's said or done, they have an opinion and they voice it. You'll find yourself kind of mimicking that, falling into those habits. But if you hang out with people, for the most part here, that pick and choose what they react or respond to, and the other things don't bother them, the people call me a crackhead, and I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? But some people, that would bother them to the end of the earth, and they would go on and react to that. And so you have to pick and choose what you react with, and kind of who has your back, and whose back you have, who's going to be willing to stand with you when all of the hate does come. Does that make sense?
yeah, I understand completely. I just
Okay.
honestly thought that I had to respond. Like, and I mean, I wasn't trying to be hateful in the comments. I mean, I'm
Mhm.
sure some of them were. Like, I'm not going to say they weren't. I'm sure. I'm just sure they probably were. Um,
And
but
Can I
I
ask
just,
you?
one thing to explain, actually, Glam,
yeah,
right? Like the comments, right? Let's think about that for a minute. When you're on YouTube, it's kind of like you're performing something for entertainment to be watched, right? And
right,
your audience, the comments, are there to give uh their opinion on how you
right.
performed or what you did, or you know what I mean. You can look at it either way, and that's what they're there for. But every comment does not need to be addressed, and it's their opinion of what you did. You can like it or not. You don't have to address it, I guess. And I think that a lot of that is also part of the problem.
Yeah, and
Like,
I just
that's
thought
why I don't.
that the reason why I did comment to so much was just I thought that I had to, because I caused so much shit for myself. I just thought, okay, if I'm going to make it any better, like no, now I know it that doesn't help, but I just thought, okay, if I'm going to explain myself at all, that's what I needed to do, because I knew no better, Jenny. I just honestly I knew no better what to do.
And
Well,
okay, so Uber is here,
okay.
and she's been on here with me probably the whole time I've been here too.
Yeah,
So
we've been together many years. You know, the one thing we try to tell new people that want to come out here and, get on a live stream and talk smack is, first, think about what you're doing before you do it. Number one, you put yourself out there, expect to get flack, no matter whether it's nice stuff you put out or bad. You're always going to get some kind of rebuttal, some kind of smart ass up here that doesn't like you. But when you come in hot like you did, being new to the drama community, You came in hot, going after a lot of people in comments and people that really didn't deserve it. Now, my understanding was you wanted to try to build a channel. That's a great way if you want to build a channel, but you got to understand that you need to accept what comes back at you. And really, to be honest with you, I don't think you're ready for that. And you being up here and crying tells us that you're not ready for the rebuttals.
Okay.
And that's just my opinion. Well, actually, there's a lot of opinions like that. But
Uh-huh.
my whole point is, if you don't want to get shit back at you, then shut your mouth.
Uh-huh. Got ya.
Yeah, very true. I mean, it just, and I don't think that that's my whole thing. That's why I wanted to do this. I think you did dig a hole, but I think if from today, everybody kind of talking to and you expressing everything, and just being honest, I think then going forward, whatever you're going to do, maybe everybody will calm down, That's what I'm hoping for.
And
Right.
the thing is, Glam, you're not any better than I am.
I
I'm not
never
any
said I
better.
was.
I'm not. Please let me finish before you interrupt me.
Oh, no problem. Go right ahead.
You're not any better than I am. I'm not any better than you are or anybody else up here on this platform. So remember that when you talk to people.
I never thought I was any better than anybody. And if that's the way that I came across, well, then I 100% apologize for that. It was never my intent. And I mean, if that's the way people feel, then I'm sorry. I never intended to do that.
Oh,
Never.
yeah. People feel like you've been talking down to them. Absolutely.
Very condescending.
I felt that when I was on that interview, that thing, like, that's where it started. Like, that's why I said it almost feels like it was influenced by Michelle because it was her attitude. Like,
And
where, like you were talking down to everybody like they were children. It was awful.
And that's why I said, Jenny, like I stopped and it probably, I mean, I done it. I take the ownership for it. Looking back at it, I was ugly. I mean, there's no other thing to say. Yeah, I was ugly.
Didn't
And
something
I really
in your
was.
head
Like,
say?
I'm taking the ownership for it. Like I know I was. And I read the chat and then I stopped reading the chat. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if it was a combination of everything. That's all I can say. Like, not that I'm making excuses for it, but that's all I can think that it could have been, and just not fucking know what I'm doing. Like, that could have been just a combination of everything compiled. That's what I think happened.
But something had to have told you this isn't right. I'm going in pretty hard.
I was
did you-
I was off. I was mixed. I was like,
Oh.
okay, maybe people will see the softer side of Michelle, and maybe she could make wrongs right. Like that's where I was thinking. Like I knew there'd be a mix. I knew there might be some that would be like, okay, let's give her okay, I'll give her 5%. You know what I mean? Like, and there'd be other like the hell to the no. I knew there'd be a mix. I knew that.
But don't you think you were the miracle worker? She's been
Are
on
you
this
going to let
offer
me
for
finish?
over a
You want me
year.
to let you
Don't
finish? So am
start
I
with me,
allowed to
Glam.
finish my
Don't
sentences?
fucking start with me.
Well, you want me to
Don't fucking
finish? Do you
start
want
with
to
me,
finish
Glam.
mine?
I'll tell you right now, Missy. You've dug this fucking hole.
Okay.
You've
Like, if you
dug this
want
fucking
you
hole.
want me to finish, I'll let
Come
you
on
finish.
after
No
me.
problem.
Come on, baby. Come on after me.
Oh,
I
You
didn't-
started this fucking
Oh
shit.
my
Hold on,
God,
hold on, hold on.
All right, y'all.
Oh my
Hold on.
God.
That's not what this is about. Calm
Well,
Can I
down.
ask a question,
like,
Glam?
if she wants me to finish my sentence, like, let me finish. Like, I'm giving her the respect to finish hers. So just let me finish what I have to say before you want to cut me off. That's all. Like, no big deal.
Go for it.
Can I
Go
ask
for
you?
it.
Can I ask you a question, Glam? Can I ask you one question?
No problem. Sure.
Okay. When it comes to Michelle,
Mhm.
did you know? Okay, so when you started asking her the questions,
Yeah.
did you know that she wasn't being honest or that she was deflecting or blaming other
Oh,
people? Like, did you know
yes. 100%. Yes, yes, yes. there was a lot of things. Yes, yes. I knew. I was like, okay, now like this is no, no, no. And I explained like the next day or whatever it was. I said no, I was wrong, and I did say I was wrong again. And I said my reasoning behind that was because I didn't want to be there the whole blooming night. And that's why I said to Michelle, don't read the chat. Like looking back, Jenny, I know you're 100% right. Your chat is what makes it for you. I get that, but
Mhm.
I wasn't expecting that. And had no clue. I just didn't know what the hell I
Okay.
was doing. I didn't.
So a follow-up question to that would be when you were asking her the questions and she was flat out lying to you and your audience, what was the thing that held you back from
Because
flat out saying that's not true, Michelle, and then not letting her
because
talk?
I figured it wouldn't go anywhere. I just thought, like, what the hell is the point? It's not going to go anywhere. Like, if I'm asking her a question and she's giving me an answer, doesn't matter what I'm saying, it's not going to change that. That was my thinking behind it. But
Mhm.
I'm not saying that's the right thinking. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that was the right way to approach it. But in that
Mhm.
moment, that's what I was thinking. But
Okay.
when I was doing it and when I was preparing, like planning for it, I wasn't prepared for that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
I wrote the questions, but I wasn't prepared for if I ask her and she gives me the wrong answer, like what am I going to do? I wasn't prepared mentally for that at all. At all.
Okay.
So
So have
can
you?
I ask a question now, please?
Sure, no problem.
You've known Michelle and what she's done for over the past year.
Right.
What made you think that people would change their mind after an interview with her? She's already dug her hole, hurt a lot of people, lied about a lot of things. People's minds are already know what she's about and already made up about her. So what made you think you could change people's minds?
So I thought that, like, my thinking was, she had been off for a few months, like, well, not off, don't get me wrong, not off completely, but not having a channel or doing any of that sort for the last few months. And she was talking about her therapy and that she's done change. And like I said to Michelle, though, you can't just say that I have changed. You have to show change. Like, it's not just words. Same thing if I say I'm sorry, you have to prove that you are sorry for your actions, right? So I thought, like, just having her, like, when she came on my panel, like, the couple of days, 2 or 3 days before that, and everything was calm, and I was thinking, yeah, like, I can see that there is change. But I didn't mean, though, like, and I did say that, and I know people were thinking, oh Jesus, she's thinking she's changed. No. And what I meant by that was I see change. Like, one thing, like, Michelle would never ever let anyone ever talk, like, we all know that. And I thought, okay, well, like, she's letting me talk and we're talking like two grown adults, so that's a change. And I was thinking, so maybe there's more that people will want to see. That was my thinking. But I never thought it through. Honest to God, I did not think it through about the amount of people that will forever be hurt by things that Michelle has said and done. I truly didn't. And for that, I am sorry. I'm
Mhm.
100% sorry. I never thought. I didn't give it enough thought. When Michelle asked me if I wanted to do it, I said, sure. And I never thought what the repercussions of it would be. I truly didn't. I
Okay.
wasn't
So
prepared for that.
And a
did
lot of
you?
people were telling, like, I remember this, at least myself.
Right.
People were saying, we told her not to do it. We told her what the outcome would be. So, that's a lot of the reason people don't feel sorry or bad
No,
about
Jenny.
it because,
So I was on a panel. I'm not going to say who it was, and there was two women
okay.
on there, and there was two women in there, and both of them went and said, "Well, we told you so," and it really pissed me off. Not that they said I told you so, but the fact that they never spoke to me before I ever did it. They've never spoke to me before. So where do I told you so come from? You know what I'm saying? So the next day I heard it again from one of them. And I said, now, excuse me, I'm going to correct you there because you never ever spoke to me about that. So don't go around saying, I told you so when you never ever spoke to me. And she said, yeah, you're right. You're right. So, people are saying that. There were people like when I said, I made a post and I said something, like if anyone had any questions or whatever. And there were a few, like a couple, 2 or 3 or something. I could go back. I'm sure I still have it there. Who said like maybe it's not a good idea or whatever. But there wasn't a lot of it. There wasn't a lot of it. There was like, old news or saints, stuff like that. But to come right out and say, I told you so. No, not really. Not really. But I mean, I could have still listened to even the don't do it or she's old or whatever. I could have, but I never. I choose not to. So I own it. I done it and I can't take it back. So, and that's why I say all I can do moving forward is own my mistakes. And I made a lot of them and just own them.
Is it true that you were a mod for Michelle? Someone in the chat just said
No,
that.
hell to the no.
Okay.
Never.
All right.
Never.
All right.
I seen that wrote down too. No, never. Never.
Okay. You were not a mod.
Oh, no,
Okay.
no. Paloma, I will take that back. So before Michelle, when Michelle got shut down, like when she was on a strike from her, and she still had her channel, and she went on her backup channel, and when she got banned, that night before that she got shut down completely, she made me a mod. So for maybe a half an hour, I was a mod. That's it.
Okay.
No, that's
so
it.
you have watched her for a period of time. You've her history here.
Oh,
is my
yeah.
question.
Yes.
Okay. So did you think that she was gonna come up on your panel and actually? Did you think that she would be honest with anything? That she would own anything before you even went into it?
It was hit and miss, to tell you the truth, Paloma. Like I wasn't sure if everything would be completely upfront or if I would be just spinning. I didn't know. I was thinking, okay, it could be either way. To be honest,
Okay.
like I
can
I
tell
really-
you what a lot of it is too. It's also that like not just of course, like we're talking about your attitude in the interview, right?
Yeah.
Well, people felt like you were white knighting, defending, coddling
Yeah.
Michelle, and
I see that.
going at them. So that's the reason you're getting the response you got. That's
Yeah.
a lot of it because of it's like a whole white knight thing of Michelle. It kind of did look that way,
And I understand that. And you know what? They're not wrong, Jenny. They're not wrong. I did. And I think it's just my like I do have a nurturing nature anyway. And I think it was just me wanting to make things like, like easy breezy. You know what I mean? Like just making it calm. And I think that's the only thing I could say. Like I thought maybe I don't, and like looking back at it, yes, I see that, but when it was happening, I wasn't recognizing it. And then when people were like, you were coddling, and I look back and I was like, hell to the yes. Yes. 100. I absolutely did. But in the moment, I wasn't thinking about that, but I did.
I feel like what a lot of people. Go ahead, Jenny.
Hang on. Here's what I think, actually. I think that when Michelle came on, the first time, and you can like take this, I'm not saying it to be mean. I'm just saying if you would just admit it, I think people would go on and move on. But I think what happened is, you have worked on your channel for a long time. In my opinion, you were doing a great real channel of makeup and, tutorials and stuff like that. I enjoyed it. I did watch it here and there. Nobody knew I did, but I did, and I think you were doing a great job doing it the right way, in my opinion. And you were a different person. You were nice, happy-go-lucky, it was good. But I think that having Michelle on and, having more people come and chat, you kind of felt good about it. And you thought you could real quickly maybe get your hours in, and you went about it the wrong way. That's what I think. I think that you felt good, people coming in, and honest to God, yes, I would have. If you had have emailed me and told me that you needed hours or whatever, I didn't know you were trying to monetize. I would like skim through your streams every once in a while, just to catch and see how you were doing. And I think if you had have reached out and emailed me and told me you were trying to get watch hours or whatever, I would have helped you, Glam. I promise you I would have. That's the thing I like to do on here. I do help people like that, help promote them and stuff like that. I would have went live on Chatters and sent people over there. There could have been any other way to do it.
Yeah.
We
But I
all would have done it.
yes,
Jenny, and
What
I'm
we
sorry
do.
that I
Absolutely.
didn't do that. I didn't know to do that. Like I never even thought, to be
I
honest.
know because you haven't been over here very
No.
long. I know.
And
And
there was
that's
something
the
I did
reason I hadn't
say.
came out
Um,
and actually helped you yet, because
yeah,
I was getting to know who you were too,
right.
because I've
Oh,
been screwed over a million times on this platform. So
oh,
I
you
always kind of try to lurk and see who somebody is first. But
right.
I think just admitting that part alone could kind of make people be like, you're being real. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
So before Michelle even came on my panel,
Mm-hmm.
the night before in Michelle's chat, because she was telling people that she was going to come to my channel, I needed 13 subs. And this is 100% my truth. I needed 13 subs. So, bam. Oh, yeah. Like she dropped my link and, people in her chat subbed up, blah, blah. But before Michelle came on my panel, I was down to, I think it was quite little less than 1,000 viewing hours. And so, of course, Jenny, of course, I knew it would help. Of course I did. But it wasn't it wasn't my sole purpose of having her there, but I
Yeah,
knew
it
it would
wasn't the
help.
reason, like the
Yeah,
whole reason. Okay.
yeah. I knew it would help. Don't get me wrong. Like I
Yeah.
absolutely knew that, but it
I'm
wasn't my
telling
whole
you, like, honest to God, Michelle is not worth it. Like,
Yeah.
not ever. She is a full on demon. She would screw you over in a second. And she knew by talking about Tragic and talking about Lucy that you would get hate. She knows what she's doing. Like,
Yeah.
everybody thinks she's,
I brought up
whatever,
Tragic.
but she's very calculated and evil.
So, Jenny, what happened was I brought up Tragic because I said to her, my question to her was, Michelle, why would you treat Tragic the way that you did? And her mom had just recently passed away. What you said was disgusting. It was awful. And I said, why would you do that? So she went on and she said to me, like she was doing parody after parody after parody. And she said, I couldn't take it anymore. And then she said, like, I just lost it. And I've told her that I am sorry. I should never have done it and all this. And I said, okay, I see what you're saying. But it didn't mean I agreed with her. And I still said to her, Michelle, but it was still wrong. It was still wrong. It should never have happened. And she said, no, it shouldn't have happened. It was wrong. So that's how Tragic's name came up. I asked that question of why she did that. And she
I
said
know,
why, right?
but which was the whole issue, anyways. Like, bringing Michelle up. I mean,
I know.
bringing Tragic up to Michelle just
Yeah.
gives her an opening to trash her. Really, anybody knows that. But you haven't. I think it's because you're not.
I wasn't
Um.
thinking, Jenny. I never gave it enough
Yeah.
thought, to be honest. And
Yeah.
like literally I didn't. And I mean I own that. I really didn't. And then though, I mean she did then say shit about Tragic and I did try shutting her up. And we all know like there's no shutting her up. There ain't no shutting her up. So that's where I said I owe Tragic an apology for because in hindsight, like someone came on my panel and they said, well, why didn't you hit the mute button? And I said, it's a really good question. But honestly, in that moment, I never even freaking thought of a mute button. I never even thought there was a mute button there in that moment. It's like I know there is, but in that
Yeah.
moment,
I was so busy trying to like shut her up so that it wasn't like an explosion. You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
that's
Yeah.
what and I lost sense of what I should have done. So, you know, and that's why, like, when someone had said, like, would you do it again? Well, like, do you have any regret from it? Yeah, I have lots of regrets from it. There's a lot of things I would have changed, but Jenny, there's a lot of things that I learned that I'll never do again. Do you know what?
Right. Yes. You learned a lot the hard way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, will I ever in this lifetime have Michelle on my panel again? Hell to the no. It'll never. And I mean, there's times you should never happen. That I know. And all I can say to everybody is I am so sorry. I know I've hurt people. I know it's going to take some time for you guys to trust me again or to believe that, you know, that I'm not this monster or this most hated person on YouTube, which someone pointed out to me. You know, I just, you know, I'll just try to do better. And it won't happen again. That's all I can, you know. And if there's something that I've said and to someone particularly, like, I have no problem like addressing it.
And yeah, I don't know. Tragic was in here. I think she was just trying to say, you know, I can't remember what her comment was. Do y'all know?
I didn't see it. No.
I haven't read comments.
I'll scroll
Well,
through.
that's okay. That's okay.
Ro, did you see it?
Um,
Ro catches almost every comment, so she may know what it was. Oh, there's Nevaeh. She does too.
But you know, I think she probably just wants to move on too, because you know,
Yeah,
that was not fun
Wow.
for anybody. I'm sure.
One comment in the chat, or one question from the chat says, "Can you ask her why she made the comment about Tragic's quote high horse, please?"
Oh, because that was after I read Tragic's post, and
Oh, thank you, Lise. Sorry.
that was, you know, Tragic's community post when she had, you know, a safe place for everyone basically to come in and bash me. And so when I read that, of course, I was like, oh my God. And that's when I said, you know, everyone thinks Tragic is this wonderful, and not just think Tragic is this wonderful person. You know, just because I was a bitch doesn't mean I can't admit that she's not a great person, because she is. That's where it came from. And I was just saying, you know, like, everyone thinks she's this great person, you know, it's time for her to get off her white horse. That's why, or high horse or whatever I said. That's where it came from.
Oh my goodness.
So you don't care for Tragic, is that, or you do?
No. I think Tragic's
Just to be
a
clear.
person. No.
Okay.
No. That was just me, not even like just a 100%.
It was just you being a jerk, right?
Yeah, and it was just a 100% reaction. 100, like just a reaction to something that I seen. And I was like, what the hell? You know, like that. That's what it was.
Okay. Can I follow up with that?
Fortune
sorry, I didn't mean to
Cookie,
cut
let
you
me
off.
read her super chat real quick. Sorry, before it goes. I missed it earlier. Fortune Cookie says, apologies should be sincere and not followed with hate, especially in community posts. So
Okay.
thank you, by the way, Fortune Cookie. I should have cut that off. But I think that's been the problem. Apparently, you going live and apologizing and then going at people still, you know. I think that's what she's trying to, the point she's trying to make, you know.
I'll just make this real quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but I've got another thing I've got to do at noon. I'm just going to reiterate that when people come on here and decide that they're going to do what you want to do, and you know what, have at it. If you want to go at people, have at it. That's basically what the drama community is for, you know, to go back and forth. But when you go real low, expect people to come back at you. And just make sure that you're ready to take it.
Right.
And that's just part of being over here. And,
I get it.
Well, and that's not only for you, but there's a few others that are new that are doing it also.
I get it, but I didn't. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I mean.
Like, she didn't realize it until
yeah.
now how things. Honestly, a lot of people unfortunately learn the hard way by
Yes.
jumping in, and then they get mauled, and then they realize there's more to it than just talking crap.
Because as you all well know,
Okay,
this
here's
can be
what
a
Tragic
pretty serious and dangerous place at times.
Right.
And if you're going to put yourself out there, expect what's going to come back.
Right.
And that's to anybody that's starting out here. That's just, I'm not just pointing it at you, Glam. But anyway, I got to get off here. Once again, I apologize for my
It's okay.
shortcoming
You're fine.
outburst.
Is it
You're
Ro?
fine.
Is it Ro?
Thank
or-
you lots of fun.
I didn't catch
No,
any.
I'm not Ro. This is Uber Goober.
That's
Oh,
Uber.
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's Uber
that's-
Cooper.
Was that the
Uber.
one I yelled at? Was that the lady I yelled? Was that the person?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I lost control. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have.
And that's fine. We've got it under control now.
Okay.
I'm speaking in general for anybody that wants to come up here and get into a community that is pretty much going back and forth, and now going into real life. You have to be careful how
Yeah,
you
now
proceed
they're
and put
really
yourself
going
out there.
Right.
Mhm.
Oh,
You've got to be real careful and expect it to come back at you.
Right.
No matter how much you apologize, no matter how many tears you cry, you've already planted that seed.
I get it.
And that's the problem right there. So anyway, I'm off of here. I love you all. I've got
love
something
you,
I
Uber.
need to do. I love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye, Uber.
Bye.
And this is what Tragic said. She said, "No, I said I would panel someone one day when they have a problem with you. There was never a post saying bash her."
No, okay. And Tragic, I apologize. Like I said, that was like 3:00 in the morning, and I read it and I reacted. And what I read then was a safe place. And you're probably right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying in that moment, what I read was here's a if anyone would like to talk. Like basically, that's how I read it. And I'm wrong. Sorry, I am completely wrong. And I apologize, Tragic. I think you're a fabulous person, honest to God. And that's why I wrote a post today. And I said, I am not here to go after Tragic or to go after Lucy. Not at all. Like, it was never, ever my intention to ever say anything, because both of them I thought were great. And they still
see, and the
Like-
reason I think also the reason people think that, okay, is because that's the type of thing that Michelle would do, is put somebody, in this position, and immediately people get defensive because it's happened a million times. She's gotten people all over to start coming for each of us differently, so
Right.
that's a lot of the reason people react that way too,
Jenny, it was honest to God. It was a premature decision on my part. I never gave it any thought of like, am I doing a bad thing? Like, I know one hard open, like 100% what she's done to people. But
Right.
I never thought of how it's like how people are affected by it still. You know what I mean? Like, and people are triggered by her. And they are affected by her, and I never gave that any thought. I truly didn't, and I apologize for that. I'm wrong for to even do a Q&A with somebody and not to have thought about what people would feel or think afterwards of having her back there again. You know what I mean? And I didn't give it any thought. I truly didn't.
So you knew the history there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did.
Okay. So I'm gonna say I'm just gonna restate this, that, and this is just for me personally. It goes back to if you have someone like Michelle on your panel, there has to be an intention for that and like a thought process, because she is so triggering, because she's really hurt so many people, but yet throws the victim card and blames everybody else. And so when someone else, like, I'm going to use Jenny, but there's other people that have done this, but there's some people that will allow her on the panel to basically try to say to her, this is what you did, and this is why it's wrong, and these are the people that you've hurt, and so on and so forth. But Michelle, someone like Michelle's running around looking for people to allow them on their panel. And so there's one situation when someone Like when she comes on Jenny's panel, the very few times that that's even happened, some people act like it's all the time, but it's very few times. Jenny actually asks her the questions and then holds her to the truth. And so when she starts this, but so and so did that, or so and so did this, or they did it to me first, or whatever, Jenny cuts her off and says, no, that's not true. It's either the truth or get out of here. And then Jenny will kick her. So I
Right.
understand. I'm kind of understanding now why there's, because I didn't really, I mean, I understood the outrage, but I didn't understand the full capacity of it. I did with Tragic, because what she's done to Tragic is just simply unforgivable. Absolutely. And Tragic and I are not even friends. I don't even think the girl likes me, but what she's done to Tragic is above and beyond anything I've ever seen on the platform. And I don't blame her. I don't blame Tragic for holding that forever. I would. That's unforgivable. But when you let someone on your panel completely occupy the whole space, not
Yeah.
let you, the channel holder, like when Jenny speaks, we shut up because it's Jenny's panel. When people
Right.
on my panel try to talk over top me, I mute them or I'll kick them. But it looked very much like you gave Michelle the space to just bash and trash the people that she has hurt, and there was no accountability. And so when it looks like that from the audience, from the bleachers,
Right.
it looks like you're kind of participating in it. So now, and I understand that that's not the case, that wasn't your intention,
Right.
but I understand now why there's so much anger and animosity because of that. Can you maybe expound on that? Maybe that wasn't your intention, but I think people would understand better if you could explain why you didn't cut her off, why you didn't kick her, why you let her lie and bring up all these other people, which in turn, if I'm Tragic, I'm extra pissed off now because now I feel like the shit talking will not end. So
So
can you maybe explain that?
yeah, so in regards of bringing up other people, I don't remember who, like, other than I asked about Tragic and she brought up Lucy. So other than that, I mean, maybe someone else can refresh my memory, but I don't recall who else she brought up. I don't remember.
She brought
And
up Flava. She brought
yes,
up
yes, yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, she
yeah,
did.
she brought up a lot of other
Yeah, she
people.
did. That's what I'm
It's her
saying.
deflection. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, just refresh. No, I'm not saying she didn't. I just don't remember. Yeah, she did. And I said to her when she started on Flava, I said, now listen here. This isn't about Flava, and you're not going to do that. And Flava's not here now defending herself. So if you want to go talk to her, you go right ahead and do so. And I stopped her. And but when it came to Tragic, I mean, I said, I know she still splurted out shit. There's absolutely she did. And I should have hit the mute button because I couldn't shut her up. I should have muted her and I never gave it any thought. But that's my mistake. My mistake. I couldn't shut her up, so I should have muted her. And I don't know what else was there, Valoma.
Let me say real quick. Let me say thank you real quick for these. Thank you, Puddle Jumper. And Puddle Jumper said, putting a but after an apology can quickly disqualify
I understand that.
that apology.
Yeah.
And then
I don't mean it like that. Yeah, no. When I say if I say I'm sorry, I don't mean I'm sorry, but you're an asshole. No, like, I'm saying I'm sorry. It's just me being nervous right now. If I'm saying I'm sorry for something and owning it, I mean I own it. Totally own it. Because if I don't own something, like if I feel I didn't do something wrong, I'm not going to take, like, I'll say no. I truly don't feel that.
Thank you, Mish, and thank you, Puddle Jumper. Okay,
so yeah,
go ahead.
Puddle Jumper, you are right. You are right to say that. You're absolutely right. But I don't mean it that way though.
So do you feel like whenever Michelle, another question that kept popping up in the very beginning when you were waiting on Michelle to arrive, and then when she first got there, looking back from the bleachers, I don't know if it was nervousness or excitement.
Yeah.
But it immediately came off as if like Michelle was a celebrity or something like that. And so were you nervous? Did the hate in the chat towards Michelle kind of get carried away? Because it's one thing when the chat is hating on the panel guests because of their behaviors.
Right.
And then not hating on you for the panel guests' behaviors. So there's a lot of blended lines there when it comes to how do I say this? When it comes to not, I'm just going to be blunt about this, and I hope that it's not I don't want this to come off rude, but I can't find the right words.
No, it's
But
okay.
it almost felt like you had a celebrity sit down at the table that you had the opportunity to entertain, and then you were defending her. Like Michelle's going to get hate where Michelle goes because of
Yeah.
Michelle, because of what she's done. And so it almost sounded like you were defending her
Yeah.
because of the hate that was coming from the chat, which in turn feels like you're
Fake.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, I understand that 100% because, and it was like looking at it, I was like, what the hell? But I know me, it was completely me being nervous and overwhelmed. 100%, 100%. But I mean, I did it. I was wrong. And no, Michelle's no freaking celebrity on YouTube. Michelle, no,
Right.
no.
Right. So you didn't intend
No,
for
God,
your
no.
comments to be as if you were
Protecting.
defending Michelle.
God, no.
Okay.
No. That was basically because Vloma, I have back issues as well. I've been through, multiple back surgeries and stuff. And I knew I just couldn't sit there for the whole night. That's part of it. That was part of like, Michelle, leave, like, don't be like, and I said to her multiple times, Michelle, stop reading the chat, because I knew if she read the chat, then it would have been like, oh my blessed, it would have been all night long. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would have been question after, and it wouldn't have stopped. And so I said, like, guys, like, I'll get to the questions at the end. Like, I'll do my best to ask them at the end. Like, let's just get through this. That was my thinking. Hindsight, like Jenny said, like, your chat is what makes it for you. But I wasn't, that's the first time I've ever had a chat flying like it was. I couldn't even keep up with it, Valoma. And I had no clue how to slow it down. I think one of my mods told me she did, but I personally didn't even know how to slow the damn chat down. So, you know what I mean? Like, it was just flying. And I was 100% overwhelmed and didn't have a clue what I was going to get. Like, I knew it was going to go either way, but I was not mentally prepared for what, like, that it did. Like, you can think it's going to, but when it happens and you've never experienced that, it's overwhelming. And I was totally overwhelmed, 100%.
So in turn, okay, so I just want to bring awareness to what in turn, like, what happened in that moment was that the people in the chat that were trying to hold Michelle accountable, that were saying that's not the truth and don't talk about, the people that she was bringing up. The people that were in the chat, like Jillian Rowe, Mitten Mama, there were a handful of people, well, more than a handful, there were quite a few people that were trying to hold her accountable or say to you that she's not telling the truth, expecting that Michelle be held to the standard of at least telling the truth, or not blaming other people. Those people were blocked. And then the people that were supportive of Michelle having a space to spew more lies and bullshit were allowed to kind of run freely. And so I think that's another reason that a lot of people are upset.
That 100%. And I apologize the next day for that too. I didn't.
Let me tell you how that in turn feels. It feels like you're giving Michelle the space to say what she wants to say and to spin the narrative how she wants to spin it, which in turn is kind of scary whenever we all know that she's lying. So it's like giving her the space to say what she wants to say and to blame the people that she wants to blame and to keep these old fires burning and creating more hate, and then silencing the people that are telling you the truth. If you'd like to talk about that, that would probably hopefully be
I
positive.
100% agree with what you're saying there. So I wasn't even aware. And apparently, like, mods were even saying, like, stop timing people out or stop block or whatever. I don't know. But I never even seen any of that. I seen none of that because, like I said, the chat was flying and I wasn't even prepared for that. And so I didn't even know that people were blocked like that. And one of my mods called me right after and she said, you better check your block list. And I'm like, what do you mean? I said, I just told people, like, I just said, other than if it's a below the belt comment, time it out, but let people have their say. You know what I mean? Like, people could talk. I didn't mind that at all. But I mean, if you're bringing up her children, which that has happened and it's been very rotten, then I defend her because that's mean. That's below the belt. And her children aren't here on YouTube, so they shouldn't even be brought up. You know what I mean?
I
So
agree.
that was my thinking. Like, don't if it's below the belt, in other words, like children, then time them out. I never said to block anyone, but there was one mod that got block happy, and there was, I don't know, 12 to 15 people. I don't remember now exactly, but there was about 12 to 15 people that were blocked and that I had to unblock. And I did say the next day, like, I apologize for that. This Ahmad did it, but because it's my channel, I take the ownership and the responsibility for it. So I apologize for it. And like, I had no idea that it was happening, and I did unblock. But so it did happen. It absolutely happened.
Okay.
And
Something
it shouldn't have happened, but it shouldn't have, but it did.
okay. Something that's going through the chat quite a bit, and that's what I watch for to bring up.
Yeah.
Someone, so here's what the chat is saying. Can you ask her about Nan or Nana F? Nan
Okay.
F.
Yeah.
Did she know?
Yeah, I'm glad. No, I'm glad you
So
brought that up. So
let me ask it. Let me get it
oh,
out
okay.
because the chat has said
sorry,
it
wait a minute.
specifically.
I'll
You're
just
okay.
I'll just finish this to you. The only reason why I said that, because I knew exactly what you were going to say, because it's been brought to me, but I'll let you ask the question. I'm sorry about that.
Well, I want to ask it the way the chat is saying it. That way they feel like, the people that are saying it feel like they're being heard. So it says, can you ask her about Nan? Did she know she was sick when she was so rude to her? And then you went off on Nan F and then mocked her terminal illness.
Okay. So that's a lie. I didn't even know. I never even knew. I don't like this Nan F. I never seen the name in my life. So she came into my chat, and I think it was on Friday. I'm going to say Friday. And Thursday or Friday, one of it. I think Friday though. So she came into my chat, and her comments were rude, And then she started calling Michelle Meth Shell. And I said, now listen here. Like, I'm not putting on, I don't want, like, her name is Michelle. Like, don't be rude. We don't have to be rude. So I said, I'm just not putting up with it. I'm just timing you out. And I timed her out for 24 hours. And I said, now you're timed out for 24 hours. That was the end of it. The next thing, I hear all this crap about, I can't believe the way you spoke to Nan F, who's terminally ill. And I'm like, who the hell is Nan F? Never. And I had no clue who they were even speaking of. So I said, I don't even know who this Nan F is. I never spoke to her before in my life. I never seen the name before. So I certainly didn't know if she was terminally ill ever. And I did say, if she's terminally ill, this is not the place or something for her. But I certainly didn't mock her illness. That I will defend to the fullest. So I didn't know who it was. No.
Okay. So another comment said, you said to, I'm assuming to Nan, she should have better things to do if she's terminal. And I just want you to know what they're saying so that you have the chance to say.
No, I said, if you're so when someone said that to me, honest to God, Valoma, I thought it was just a troll being a troll, because we've heard this stuff before, right? So I truthfully thought someone was just being an idiot and said that. So then I said, if she's terminally ill, this is not the place for her or something. But I certainly did not mock anyone with cancer. That I will say right off the bat.
Okay. So you feel like you didn't mock her and that you weren't overly rude to her. Okay.
No. I was rude in my chat. No ruder than what she was in my chat. But I wasn't rude because she had cancer or I knew anything about her. I was only rude because she was rude in my chat. And I said, you're timed, and I'll time you out. And I did for 24 hours. That's what I said. But I never like cursed at her or anything like that. But I'd never seen her before in my life. So for someone to say I was rude and she's terminally ill, I was like, what the hell? I thought it was a troll. Like, I don't know who this person is. I never seen her before. So no, I didn't do that for that reason. No.
Okay. Let's see. You mocked her age and illness. Hold on.
I don't know how old she is. So
she's like make fun of her age and illness last night?
No, no, not at all. I don't even, Jenny, I don't even know what the woman looks like. I don't know how old she is. And I never seen her before in my life. So I certainly didn't know she had an illness. Never, never.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know. I can't even speak to it to say anything because I didn't see
I
any
know
of it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, everything else you've
I missed
asked,
every bit of it.
you know? So if I said something to a Nan F, you know, on cancer, I would 100% own up to it, but I certainly didn't. And I will not admit to that.
Oh my goodness. I don't have a clue.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that situation. I just seen it flying through the chat quite a bit, so I wanted to bring it up to give her the
Who
chance
is it?
to speak on it. Nan F.
I see. I don't know her. I think maybe I've heard of her, but that's about it.
Before, like, I seen that name in my chat, I never even seen the name before. That's how, like, I never ever. So when someone said, you know, you're making fun of a person who's terminally ill, I'm like, what the hell? I had no clue. And I didn't make fun of anybody anyway. So, you know, and I certainly ain't going to make fun of someone who's terminally ill. Like, my God, I do have a hurt.
Okay. Another question from the chat. Can you ask her why she is speaking on True Crime Latest?
Why I'm speaking on True Crime Latest? So, because True Crime Latest had to have a little chitter chat on me. That's why I spoke on True Crime Latest. Other than that, I did do a video, and it wasn't like, you know, to speak on true crime. It was about the court thing. So it wasn't like, you know, it was about Michelle and true crime. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But another one was on true crime. Yes.
Okay. So you felt like she spoke on you, and then
Absolutely.
you reacted. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's the one that I was talking about. The Tragic and Lucy were in her chat, and they were all mocking me, talking about me, and you know, because they get little glimmers, little hints of purple every so often because of purple shampoo on the end of my hair. She decided when she looked at me, that's what she said. I think of purple, and I said, well, okay. When I look at you, I think of bitch. And that's what I said, and I don't take that back. No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's on you. Like I said, you've got to pick your battles, you know, on here.
I own my things, right? And I mean, I can think someone's a bitch. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like, you can like somebody or not.
Yeah,
but
and
like the way it works is you speak on somebody, they're going to speak on you, and then that's going to be a beef. And I mean, you can either handle the fight or not, you know?
Yeah. And like, people in her chat were even saying, like, you know, she has a name, you know, like, do you need to be high school? Like, you know, and was I childish coming back? And I said, well, when I look at you, I think a bitch. Yes, 100%. Absolutely, I was.
Okay. She's owning it, giving you her answers, chat that are upset. I mean,
yeah, I mean,
you can ask the question. She's going to give the answers.
You know, I'm not going to say
you don't have to like the answers, but you're getting the answers.
Like, I'm going to give you my honest answer.
Yeah. That's what I said earlier. Like, is just be honest, and
like
either way, you know, you're either gonna, it's either gonna, this is gonna help things, or you're gonna make it worse. It's one or the other. You know,
you gotta let Jenny finish, because it comes off as being very
defensive. That was all I was saying. It's either gonna be like people are gonna hear you sincerely, and you know, they'll move on, or you're gonna make it worse by your reaction, you know what I mean? And it's just up to you.
Right.
Like,
well, I mean, and that's what I'm telling you. Like, I'm owning what I did. Like, I'm not denying
it. Yeah.
I'm owning it, and I'm trying to make my wrongs right. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like, I don't know what else to say other than own my mistakes, and God knows I made a lot.
I can shiver if it needs to be. Okay, let's see.
So when go ahead.
True Crime Latest. If you want to come up and have a conversation, y'all can have a conversation. and squash your beef. I mean, if that's one of the reasons too for doing this, like, is to kind of settle all the
You
fights
know
you got
what,
into, not even realizing it. You know,
Jenny, you know what? Like, I don't want to be on here all day, honestly,
I
but
know. Well,
you know,
I understand. I think we've just about asked everything, anyways. You know, almost.
I mean, if anyone else has anything, I'll answer as honestly as I possibly can, for sure.
Yeah, I think we've. I mean, let's see. I'm sending the videos from Kimmy's now. She's sending me clips, but I understand you're sending them, right? And we can go. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, this is kind of just me offering for y'all to talk with a mediator, maybe, and squash it. You know, I
Of
don't
what?
really want to play any clips or anything. You know what I mean?
What you with
Um,
True Crime? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, she's sending clips, but I don't. I understand.
Or
She's
watching
saying that
clips?
you spoke on. She's saying that you spoke on her first,
I
and
just
she's sending me the receipt for it.
I
You know, that's why.
I just said I did. I
Okay,
said I
all
did.
right.
Yeah,
See,
I
so
owned it.
she just admitted it, y'all.
Yeah, I said I did.
So,
I
So
totally
it's
said it.
just,
one thing that
I
I'm
don't think.
noticing.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead,
Go
Jenny.
ahead.
There's a no.
Go
You.
ahead.
It's your panel. It's your panel. There's
No,
a
I
delay.
know,
Sorry.
but I just lost my thought. So go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
That was
I'm
me.
sorry.
No, it was not you. It was just me. I just lost my thought as I was
Okay.
trying to read the chat.
All right. One thing I'm noticing is that and
Oh, okay. About Nan. Sorry,
go ahead.
sorry. About Nan.
got
She said
mine.
she was just proving that she's lying about Nan. That's it. Receipts. Okay. Gotcha,
Oh,
gotcha,
okay.
gotcha. I thought it was for you, TCO. Sorry. Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so she's sending the receipt about Nan.
Okay.
Because I wasn't even around, didn't even have a clue about any of that. So
Jenny, like I said, honest to God, I did not know. I've never seen the name before in my life. But so I certainly am not going to mock someone that has cancer. That's all I can tell you that. And that's not who I am, even on my cruelest of meanest of days. Like when you just feel like you're just blowing up. It would never happen. That's just not who I am. Doesn't happen. My father passed away with cancer, and that's the last thing I'd ever do, ever. So if I said something out of reaction or something, I don't even realize that I didn't even realize that I did. Well, then show me, and all I can do is say I'm sorry. That's but I truly do not think I did. But if I did, then just show me, no problem.
okay,
So
let's see.
I think
Go
a lot
ahead.
of people are kind of they have an opinion, and I just want to kind of put it into words for you. So there was a time when you were kind of on the other side of the fence with Bombshell, and so there were a lot of ugly things that were said all over different chats. But we understand that that's how that whole crew works, and that you kind of get wrapped up in it, right? Until you realize that maybe you're not being told the truth, and so then you walk away, and then you kind of give yourself a good rinse, and then you kind of intermingle with the people that you were talking very ugly about at one point in time. And I think so there's that situation, and then flash forward to the Michelle situation. When you had her up on panel, and she kind of said a lot of really ugly things, blamed a lot of people, and like again from the bleachers or from the audience, it kind of looked like you were playing the role of a teacher, keeping everybody in line. But the line was not to attack Michelle. Meanwhile, she's run around saying a lot of ugly things to a lot of people. And so people really wanted to be able to clap back at her and be like, no, that's not true. You did that, or you attacked this person or that person. And so I think that a lot of people have the theme that you want to dish it out, but you can't take it back.
No,
And
I'm
that's
open, Paloma. I'm totally open.
Mhm.
Like, and I understand where people are coming from with that, because that's like that. I can't even deny that. I will not try to deny that, because they're right. That's true. But
Mhm.
in the moment, that's not what I was thinking I was doing. But when I looked back on it, absolutely. And I will not
ever tried to deny that. Not at all. I totally did. I did coddle her, not try to coddle her. I did coddle her. It wasn't an intentional thing, but I did do it.
Yeah. And a lot of the excuses since that happened, so since that stream happened and then it ended, people are angry because they've been hurt or someone that they care about has been hurt. And so when it comes to the accountability, a lot of people are, I'm reading from the chat, a lot of people feel like you're kind of bullshitting up here, that you're using that you were angry or that you're new and that you didn't know how to respond as an excuse for why you clapped back.
Right.
I do the same thing. A year ago, I would have done the same thing. I would have clapped back in anger, and I've learned got to unplug, which means don't watch anything or anybody, and then come back with a fresh mental space so that you're not still in that anger. But a lot of people feel like you're bullshitting behind the guys, and I'm just being blunt here. Don't take it personal. Please don't take it personal.
Yeah, I've been that way too. You kind of got to, because
no, it's fine. It's okay. I wish, like Paloma, I wish I was able that I had talked to you, Jenny, I talked to somebody, because honestly, I did clap back 100%, but I thought that's what I needed to do to try to defend myself. And now knowing better, that I wouldn't do again. I would totally just ignore it and then let it calm down and then say my piece. That's what I should have done. And, thank you, Jenny and Paloma, for even, letting, that's the correct way, what you're telling me. But I truly, I thought I was doing the right thing to try to, I thought I was trying to make it right, but I wasn't.
Okay.
I know I wasn't, but that's where my intentions were. I was thinking I was trying to make it right, and it wasn't. It was just blown up in my face.
Okay.
I think people their census is that you don't understand the being sorry, And here's the thing, we're not going to know how you go until this is over, and then the next thing you do, everybody's going to be watching and waiting to see if you've changed the way you do things or not. I mean, honest to God, that's just gonna have to be the way. That's the only thing we can do is you apologize and we can hope for the best afterwards. That's and to see what you do.
I was saying oh, we're getting cut all of a sudden. I was saying, I am sorry. And the only way that I can prove that is just give me a chance and watch my actions. That's the only way that I can prove it. I know sorry comes with more than just words. I know that. I mean, I always said that to my children. So I know I have to prove it by my actions, and I know I'll prove it by my actions, because what they saw that night was not me. And I'm sorry that they saw that. I truly am. So, and that's from the bottom of my heart. I'm 100% sorry. If I could take that back, you're damn right I'd take it back. But I know I can't take, and I shouldn't say but, I know I can't take it back. So all I can do is moving forward is learn from what I did and try never to make the same mistakes again.
Mystical Magnolia
Why were
says a
you
good
always
question.
late?
She says, ask her exactly what she means when she says she's sorry. Is she just saying it to move on, or is she going to change the behavior? It seems okay.
No, not at all. Yeah, I wouldn't say, Paloma, and I mean, people don't know me, right? So I understand that they're asking that the question, because sorry is more than that. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what I mean? That means nothing. I'm saying I'm sorry because I know I did wrong. I know I hurt people, and that's never ever my intention. And I know I should have done better. That's why I'm saying I'm sorry, because I know I was wrong. Not because people have attacked me, because I know I'm wrong. I know I was wrong. There's no question. I did wrong.
So my next question comes from the chat too. They're saying, ask her why she had Michelle on last year and then went on an apology tour
Huh?
afterwards. I don't know what that's about. I have no clue.
Last year, I don't remember that.
I never,
Me either.
I never, that's the, so when Michelle was on my panel the other day, other than a couple of days prior to that, that's, I only started even going live a couple of months ago. So
Okay.
no, that's,
Yeah, I think maybe
that's
people
not
are
true.
confused because
Yeah,
I don't
no,
remember that ever
that's not,
happened.
yeah, no, that's not
Okay.
me.
Good chance to clear that up then. That
Yeah,
it
no,
wasn't
that's
you.
no. I'm not going to take what I didn't do. I did enough.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
You know,
That's why I wanted to ask it. When I seen it
uh,
several times, I thought it either happened or there's some confusion. So it's a good
no, there's
chance to.
definitely, I didn't even go live then. People can, I mean, they can go right back on my channel and see when first time I went live. And my first time that I went live was definitely a makeup live. And the first time I even done any dramas like in the last couple of weeks. So they'll see that.
Okay. So they're saying it wasn't on your channel, that you went on panel with Michelle before she lost her channel
Oh,
and
whoa,
then
whoa,
did
whoa.
and then had to do an apology tour.
No, no, no. So,
Okay.
no, it was definitely no apology tour. That's for sure. I was on Michelle's panel, and yeah, but this before Michelle lost her, and I was on her panel. I don't know. She might. I don't know if she had her. I don't know if she had her channel gone then, and this was one of her many others. I have no idea. And anyway, I was on her panel, and she was fine, and we were just talking about makeup, and I was saying to her, like, like you got to do better, like you got to try, and you got to stop this, that, and the other thing. I don't know exactly what I was saying to her, but it was definitely no apology tour. I don't know what that means. I have no idea, no clue. But
An apology tour would be apologizing, making your rounds to people that were hurt and
that
then
I was on.
apologizing. Yeah,
No,
I
I
don't know.
definitely no, that didn't happen. It definitely didn't happen.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Yeah, I think they're confused.
No, I
Maybe
didn't.
it was somebody else.
Yeah, because
But
all I did on Michelle's panel was we talked about, because I sell makeup, we talked about makeup and stuff like that. And she was saying, she needed a good skincare and yada yada yada. Like it was nothing to even go on an apology tour for. There was nothing, like there was no fighting, no arguing, like there was nothing. So that's why I don't understand. Like I don't know what that means about that I did anything. I have no idea.
Okay. Well, I think they're bringing it up because it would mean like a history of
Yeah.
knowing that
No, I
yeah,
Michelle is who Michelle is, and then doing it for some type of reason. Like in this case, a lot of people think, and you might just want to address this one head on, but a lot of people are thinking that the whole reason, that the only intention for having her on panel and keeping her there and allowing her the space to, say all the things that she said was simply because of channel building. I don't know if that's true or not, but that might
no,
be something that you want to address.
yeah, so it's not true. Now, did I know so it wasn't my sole intent. Did I know having her on would help? Absolutely. Yes. Did I know having her on would bring a crowd? For sure. For sure. But was that my sole intent? No, not at all. I was hoping that I don't know. I was hoping and thinking maybe she could make wrongs right. You know what I'm saying? Like she could fix some of her mistakes and people might see a different her. That's what I was hoping for. I mean, hindsight, yeah, no, it wasn't happening, but that's where it came from. So it wasn't all about building a channel or anything like that. And I mean, I was close to getting to get monetized and stuff anyway without having Michelle on there. So I could have done it in another few weeks or a month or 2 months, whatever it took. It didn't really matter. So
So
that wasn't my sole intent, no. But I knew having her on would help. Yes.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting you. I got a delay.
That's okay.
So had you been talking to Michelle before you brought her up on panel? Had you
No.
communicated with her at all?
Other than Michelle was on my panel that day, like a couple of days prior, and other than one phone call in between doing that, Michelle being on my panel like a couple of days prior to me doing the Q&A, a phone call the day before maybe, or the day of, that was it. That was day before or day of. That was the only time then that I spoke to her when I had her on panel. No. So it wasn't like we had this bosom buddy friendship or anything. No, not at all.
So when you did talk to her before, did she say or do something that gave you the impression that she was a different person today than
Yeah,
what
like
she was? Okay.
yeah, like talking to her on the phone, calm, she's not flipping out, she's not like but I saw that though, Valoma, before that phone call. So when she got on my panel, a couple days, 2 or 3 days, whatever it was, before I did the actual Q&A with her, when she got on there then, I was thinking then maybe she's changing. Like I can see that, like she's a lot more relaxed. She's not, doesn't seem to be high strung, like that sort of thing. And then
Mhm.
talking to her on the phone too, like she's definitely not like, all over the place, like just going crazy, cursing people out, like all that sort of thing. No, not at all. Oh, and that was why I came on and I said the second apology was because I was taking back what I was saying, because that was after Michelle. Then, so she was on my panel on a Friday night. And then on Sunday night, Michelle was loaded drunk. And it's not just the loaded drunk thing, it was the way that she talked to the people in chat. And I told her straight up, without question, you are wrong. The way, and she's like, people were coming at me. And I said, no, 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 no. You let me tell you this, Michelle. You came at people a hell of a lot worse than the way they came at you. No one was bringing up this guy that you were talking about. Michelle was ballistic and called people down to the dirt. And I let her know she was wrong. It wasn't the chat. It was her. I told
Do
her
you
straight.
remember last year? Like, well, I guess it's been probably about 6 months ago or so when
Yeah.
I even went up on her panel, and then I went live over on Chatter's Voice
Yeah.
also. But I told her, we'd give her a chance, right?
Right.
And I told her I would make a list of all the stuff.
Yes.
She wanted to make me a list. She wanted me to make a list of all the things, the doxes and all that, and blah blah blah. Right? I did it, and it wasn't even 24 hours. It was like 12 hours, maybe, before she. So that was like it with Michelle. There's nobody can do anything to help
I got
Michelle.
24, Jenny.
She's never, ever, ever. She likes it too much. She enjoys being a jackass,
And I told her straight up, no bone, like nothing covered. I said, Michelle, yes, the chat said a few things, because I was watching it there in the chat. Yeah, the chat said a few things, but it was your mouth that was triggering more. And it was. And I know she's probably listening to this. And I told her straight up, it was her. And it was her. 100%. It was her. Well, definitely. There's no denying it. So I came on and I said, I own my words. I own them. Like, there's nothing more I can do. Like, I don't even know what
I
to
know,
say.
but I think
I own it.
that the problem with the apology before, right, and
Yeah.
saying you were wrong and everything, I think it's the sincerity of it, because you were still fighting with everybody also,
And
So I think maybe
so before,
this
so
is.
no, go ahead.
You
Sorry.
gotta let Jenny finish.
It's okay. I think
I
maybe
have
this.
delay. That's the problem. It's a delay here on my end. So I think Jenny's finished, and that's when I start. But it's a delay. Yeah. So
Which Paloma has a delay too sometimes. So yeah.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think that this time at least, if you'll just, you've said your apologies, right? You apologize to everybody you've got into it with in the wrong way or whatever. Everything, all the mistakes you made. And I think from here, if you just then, you were sincere, they'll see that you were sincere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's one thing about YouTube too, and at least our community, I know, maybe not others, but ours, they can tell whether you're sincere or not, and they can really see more than we think they can. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can read you very well. So I think that, that's why I always try to be as honest as I can with them, about everything, because, they're just like us, just like we see other people, right? they see us that way too,
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, Jenny, like, there's no denying, like, I was wrong. I should never have done it to begin with. And like I said, I did not think it through. I mean, it was just like the moment of it, you know what I mean? Like, and I never gave it I didn't think enough of what has happened for people to be in such an outrage anyway about her. I didn't give that enough thought of how people are still affected by her words, by her actions.
Absolutely. She has screwed so many people over
Oh,
and
100%.
hurt so many people, like, that just want her to be gone.
And I
So,
mean,
yeah.
and the reason I brought up Tragic to her is because Tragic is what she done to Tragic was the worst of anybody. Like, that was below, below, below. That's why I brought that up, Jenny, because I thought, and I addressed it, and I even said, like, that was disgusting. That was awful. Like, and
Right.
it
So
was,
she hurt
and I
people that never
understand
hurt
it.
her. Right.
So
Yeah.
Joey
Go ahead.
Love says that you asked your moderators or your channels opinions before having Michelle on, and that they basically told you not to do that, that would be a terrible idea.
No. I didn't
No.
ask their opinions. I asked for if they had questions. And Joey Love seemed to have had a lot of opinions. She told me her opinion right from the very get-go. And she was one of them that had said, don't do it, whatever, Michelle. But, like, when you keep going and going and going, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I heard you. I heard you the first time. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but
and
they were
she's
trying
one
to
of them.
save you from this right
I
here.
know.
That's what,
And
now you know.
get that. I understand that now, but
Mhm.
I wasn't. I wasn't getting it. I just wasn't getting it. I really didn't.
Okay. Please ask Glam why she stopped Michelle from talking about Flava, but did not stop Michelle from talking about Lucy and Tragic.
But I did try to stop her from talking about Lucy and Tragic. That was the thing. That's when I said, like, I wish I tried talking over her. I tried, like, stopping her, and and that's when I said, I'm sorry. I wish I had to have muted her, but in that moment, I never thought about the mute button. So, but I did try stopping her talking about them. Absolutely. I did. And I wish I had to have been able to mute her, but I never thought of it. I never even thought about the mute button, to be honest.
Okay, next one. You said a few days after that you had messaged her or talked to her. Are you still talking to Michelle?
Am I still talking to Michelle? I talked to Michelle earlier today. Actually, I did. It was briefly. We're not bosom buddies by any stretch of the imagination. That's why I say, don't get it twisted. We're not like best of friends at all. At all.
Okay.
I know what Michelle has done. I know full well what Michelle has done. Am I don't know how to.
Okay. I'll move on to the next one. Go ahead.
Being foolish, like, to even give it a minute, like, to give her, like, not to give her a chance, like, I don't know. I don't know. But we're not like best friends or anything like that. No, absolutely
Okay.
not.
Can you ask her to address her CP?
Her CP? What's CP?
I think Flava's talking about the community post.
Okay.
Okay.
And
which community post?
could you, or I don't know.
There's many Flavors. There's many. Because if you're well, I've addressed every single thing I wrote down, so I'm not sure which topic.
Yeah, I think
I
you
didn't know
already
what
did.
CP
I think she's coming in late.
Yeah, I didn't know what CP meant. I didn't know if that was a person or
Yeah,
what.
I had no
Sorry
idea.
about that.
I think they're talking about the one. She's probably talking about the one about Tragic, maybe.
Yeah, I already addressed that.
Yeah, she did.
And I was wrong.
A lot of people are saying you told people to report Tragic. I don't know how far back that was, if it's
But
recent.
that was
if it's
on
not.
that community post that I've already spoke about. I wrote on the
Okay.
end of it, please report what I was talking
Okay.
about with Tragic. And and then someone said I'd remove that and I did remove it, but I did have it there. I really did. I never thought about it. I truly never even thought about it. I was so upset. A lot went on that night. Like, I was in another chat that I'm a mod for, or was a mod for, and there was about 6 people, 6 to 8 of them coming at me, and I'm trying to defend myself. I never started it. I never said a bloody thing, but I got yelled at in that chat and then said, "I'm sorry, I have to do this, Glam," but timed me out for 24 hours.
Okay.
So that had happened, and then amongst everything else, of course, and then I did community posts. Now, I'm not saying I'm right for that, but I'm saying where it came from. That's when it all came from. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not making excuses for it. Don't get me that's not my reasoning. I'm not making an excuse. I'm saying how it came about.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a buildup of everything, Valoma, and I think I just friggin' lost it, to be honest. Like,
Yeah,
not lost it
that's what
mentally,
it
but I
sounds
just
like.
lost my cool.
That's kind of what it sounds like. I'm reading questions from the chat
Yeah, it's okay.
that are asked several times. I feel like I'm not reading the opinions from the chat. I'm reading the questions from the chat, just because they're coming from multiple people, and it's a good way to
different sides every which way. Yeah.
I don't know half of what any of this stuff's even about. I know she was on the
No,
panel.
I'm trying to scan through and catch people up.
Yeah. I know. I'll tell you this.
Also about the Kyle stuff, right? Real quick on that.
Oh, yeah.
Glam, didn't, like, she said immediately that she was blocking him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that got confused somewhere. I can't remember where, though.
Yeah.
What was it? Let's clear that up.
You came out on, that was on, I guess, Wednesday night, was it? When you came out with
Wednesday.
the info? So
Yeah.
Tara and I had a conversation, and we said, okay, when we see him come in chat, we are going to block him. One of us will block him. And because I don't know if there's another way, or do you have to just wait till you see the person and block them? Like, I didn't know. So I just said, when you see him, one of us will block him. Okay. So he came in, and right off the bat, he said, "Don't believe what everyone is saying." And I said, "Kyle, like, it's hard to argue this, but like, Jenny put it out there. Here's where you can go and find it. And like, I'm sorry, but each to their own. I don't care. Like, you do you. But it's not something that I can be part of." And I said that straight up. So he did get timed out. So I don't know exactly when he did get timed out, but he did get timed out. And because afterwards, Tara said, I wasn't sure if I should time him out or block him. He was timed out for 24 hours, and I blocked him. So he is completely blocked from my chat. I made sure that was done. But
and I think people misunderstood or whatever, because I did too. Okay, so I'm going to help clear it up, because somebody in chat said that you hadn't blocked him, right? And all I was saying was, well, I showed whatever, and if they still don't, that's on them. That's what I said. And then people got confused, but you had already, so people were wrong about that, you know? Whoever told me that was wrong about it, you know, in the chat.
I did. And that, like, and I heard, like, I seen that, like, oh, she still has Kyle in chat and all this. And I'm like, what the hell? And he was blocked, like, you know, like, whatever. And I mean, and Tara done the right thing.
I can say that you and Tara both, and Kimmy, you know, the people that I was listening to when, you know, I found out he was around again. And I talked to and told y'all when I went up there that I was going to get anything I could together to show you, you know, because I am about showing stuff like that. I think you always should, but I just wanted to protect y'all beforehand, you know? And so I think that it was, and seriously, I know that immediately you and Tara both were like appreciative and were like, you know, Thank you. And y'all were gonna block him. So I think it was just, you know,
So I think what happened, Jenny, so that was, I think, yeah, so that was Tuesday night. You had come into Kimmy's chat. And so you said you were going to you said something about you'll find it. So the next day Tara was doing a live, and Tara and I had already talked, and we said we knew that you said you were going to find it. We knew you were going to find something. So it was a joke between us. We were saying no receipts. It didn't happen. We knew the receipts were coming. You had already said it. So it was a joke between us. And
I think people took that as
oh, yeah,
more
I know.
like condescending, and y'all being, instead of the way it should have been, like y'all.
We were carrying on,
you know what I mean?
about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had
I
no
think that's where it started. Yeah.
Yeah. We had no intentions on that. I mean, and that's why I even said, like in Gina's chat yesterday, like, you do you, but for me, that's I'm a married woman. The last thing I'm going to do is put a hat on and innocently then put on some freak site that I know nothing of. And because I allowed him in chat and I was having a hat party, you know what I mean? I was like, Oh, so speaking of that, here's something else I do want to clear up about that. So people were going crazy at me in your chat the other night about, well, you were doing a duo with Tara. No, and I explained it. No, it wasn't a duo. Tara was going to be streaming. Kyle was going to be up on Tara's panel. And I guess I didn't exactly know how it worked, but I think we were all going to be on panel, but I was going to stream it to mine. Kimmy was streaming it to hers. Tara was having hers. So that's why I said, no, it wasn't a duo, because we were all supposed to go stream it. So I don't even know how you do it. I don't know, but that's what was going to happen. So it wasn't like supposed to be a duo. It was supposed to be, we were all streaming it. That's why I said no, not a duo. That's why I wanted to clarify that. But I was streaming it.
I'd like to say F you, Kyle. Okay. I like to wear my baseball hat and an ugly, messy bun, and I cannot do that anymore. And thanks to Jenny and Hondo for bringing that out, you nasty dude.
Perfect.
And you know what? Somebody was asking about that in the chat. Devious. Yeah, Caslin is supposed to be getting in touch. She's getting stuff together. And if y'all remember when she was in here, she said he had sexual assault charges.
Yes.
So I mean, it's even worse than what I thought, So
I heard that yesterday. My mouth just about dropped, and I was like, "Oh my God!"
I know. That was the first for me. I didn't know that part of it. So,
and that's why I was
getting stuff together. So,
I was on Gina's panel, and I was like trying to explain to her, like, no, like like in my reasoning and stuff behind it.
Yeah,
now
I know.
I'm
that's
privileged. See you next Tuesday.
Because you were having to defend me all by yourself. That's what I said too. It's like
like I said, if Jenny put it out there, like I believe it.
I felt so bad. You were defending me by yourself, so I had to help you.
Okay.
And it's okay. But it's okay. But look, here's the truth of it. I think that was just for views, to be honest. I think just for something to talk about, But that's okay.
Oh, I was annoyed when I saw it today, and it said, "I can't help that I'm privileged to see you next Tuesday."
Oh my gosh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Yeah, she talked about me at the end of her live. I was like, "Oh my God, I was just trying to help you see the light." Like, God, whatever. Okay.
Goodness gracious. Well,
yeah, I was like, whatever. I'm done with that. Like,
y'all, I'm gonna put my banner up real quick. We've got somebody back here that is calling themselves Kyle. So hang on.
Oh.
Hello. Oh, they left. That's usually what happens anyways. They run, but I was just waiting. Just give them a minute,
So he came on the channel twice. Was it twice? I don't know if it was twice or one. No, no, I can't swear on twice. One time for sure. He came up and he was there for about, I don't know, 5 minutes, say. And he just came up and I knew nothing about him other than he was in Christy's chat. And I just, like, that was the first time I think I probably ever seen him in my chat. And I just thought it was kind of strange. Like, he just said, "Oh, Kimberly, like, I love your hat in your profile picture." And I was like, "What?" And I'm like, "My profile picture?" And I was like, oh, okay, thank you. And then it was, "Do you have big brimmed hats?" And I was like, okay. So then I had dropped the panel. I think Christy might have been on my panel or something. Someone was up on my panel anyway. So the link was there. And the next thing, he's backstage. And I thought, and he showed his face and all that. So I let him up and he came up and I said, "Hi, Kyle." Now, I knew nothing about this man, nothing. I didn't know that he couldn't talk. I didn't know that, or that he supposedly couldn't talk. I didn't know that he was autistic or is autistic. Like, I knew nothing about that. So he came up and I spoke to him and I said hi. And he said hi, like in a, like a muffled kind of voice, I guess. And then anything else I asked him, he waved. He either nodded his head like yes or no, or just waved. And it made me really uncomfortable. So I said, like, within 5 minutes or so of him being up there, "Okay, Kyle, like, I'm gonna end it here now and call it a day," because I was really uncomfortable. I did not know what to expect. And then I asked Christy about him. She was like, "Oh, he's innocent. He's autistic." Like, but she had no clue about this man, like any of this fetishes or anything. So she knew that he liked hats, but she thought it was just innocent and just like,
Well, here's the thing about that. I told Christy last year about this. So she knew
in her
she
chat
just
then?
Yeah. I don't know if it's been a whole year, but yeah, a long time ago I told her when he first started showing up.
Okay.
So, but I didn't show everything and go into it because I figured, he'd move on.
Right.
But apparently he didn't. And then, see, I don't watch her, so I didn't have a clue he was even over there still. So,
yeah, I had. And then what gave me the kind of heebie-jeebies was the day just before you came out with. I think maybe the day before you came out with this and told us, like, "Yeah, listen, guys." That he said, and we had already talked about this, like the 3 or 4 of us streaming this hat party. So he said to me in this chat, "Kimberly, can you make sure you wear a nice dress and makeup and your hair done?" And I was like, WTF?
Well, chat wants to know, are you still planning, they say you still have it scheduled. Are you still planning to do a hat party?
Hell to the no. I never ever had the hat party scheduled. That wasn't me. I never ever had one scheduled. I was just joining in the stream or whatever it was that we could do.
Oh, it is. It's Hatgate.
Oh, okay. So that's not a hat party. I was coming in there, so I had it scheduled for today. Actually, I'm supposed to be there now, but it's okay. No. So it wasn't for a hat party. I had it scheduled to say, this is what's going on. This is why I'm not doing it, because there were so many things. Oh, you were doing this, you were doing that. That's why. But no, that was not a hat party. No, not at all.
Gotcha.
No.
That's where people were confused, I guess.
No, but sorry. No, that wasn't.
I know that immediately you, Tara and Kimmy were like, "Oh gosh." And
no, we were like, no.
Yeah, so I remember that part at least. I can confirm that, that you were the one saying, no, you're not comfortable with any of that.
And I'm not. That's why I even told him in chat, "Listen, you do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I have no opinion of it, but I don't want it. I don't want my chat, my subs feeling uncomfortable with the constant, are you coming to my hat party? Do you have a wife?"
I know, that's what I was saying. Like, he's like an irritating, perverted man poking you, like, are you going to show me this, show me that, show me, you know what I mean? That was the best way I could explain it.
anyone that comes in chat that he sees a female name, he will ask them right off the bat. It was like, oh my God. Well, I had to speak to Christy one day because she left my chat and she was going live. And that's okay, not that part. Well, he was in my chat and he'd say, because Christy was doing this hat party for him. And he'd say, oh, Christy's going live in 30 minutes. Christy's going live in 20 minutes. Oh, Christy's live. And I was like, oh, for the love of God. I said, you got to talk to him. You don't do that.
Yeah, and he's like, I can only imagine. She acted like she was really shocked too, which she probably was. She probably didn't have a clue that he could talk.
No, she didn't know any of this about him because she's only had him like in the chats and stuff like this, and wanting to wear a hat. And because the first time that I seen Christy with this wide brimmed hat on, I'm like, I really like your hat, but what's up with the hat? And she's like, oh, Kyle loves hats. And I'm like, oh, okay. And thought nothing of it, like really thought nothing of it. Thought
yeah, I completely get it because that's how he gets people, Yeah, it's horrible.
I'm sorry, buddy. You want some goods, you're going to pay for it. You ain't getting it for free over here. Not happening.
Yeah,
but that's what he was hoping for.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just glad I caught some people before they did anything. That was the main thing.
I just hope everyone and that's what I
was to Trail Class, Jalen.
I was saying, you know what? If Jenny's putting it out there, I'm not going to try to say, no, that's a crock. If you put it out there, and I said that, listen, if she put it out there, just go with it. I'm telling you, and that's what I said to Gina. But Gina, you got to understand the information that she put out. She put it out in 24 hours, and it's been over a couple of years. So she dug for that information what she could. So you got to give credit where credit's due. You didn't have much time, So
yeah, and hopefully, Caslin, she's getting her stuff together. So maybe we can finish it up soon and then be done with it because that stuff is not fun to talk about. It's uncomfortable, and
is that just the dildo? Is that the one?
Yes, she's the one that he mailed that to. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. Wow. That's so well, first off, I wouldn't worry about that for me personally because I'd never give them my address. Never.
I think that's part of it, that she didn't give it to him.
Well, I think she said though that she gave him a PO box. So
yeah.
So if I was to give my address to anyone, that's exactly what it would be, a PO box. I would never give my personal never. No way. But she did say she gave a PO box.
Okay, read TCL's comment. Hang on, let me scroll up.
I know, I'm looking for it now too.
Yeah. Let's see. But her subs could feel uncomfortable because of MS.
Sorry, go
ahead. MS in her chat.
Wait, sorry, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
I think she's trying to say that what's the difference? And you putting Michelle in your chat and making your subs uncomfortable as Kyle. I think that's the reference is for.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand. And Michelle came in my chat one day and she said something. I don't know who it was. She said something to someone. And I said, no. If you're going to be here, you're going to respect my chat or you're gone. And she did say something and I timed her out immediately. And then she came back and not another peep, but I would not a chance. And if my chat was uncomfortable with Michelle being in there, well, guess what? Michelle won't be in there. And that's the bottom line. I promise that. I promise that.
It kind of goes along with so first off, as a channel holder, you can't make everybody happy. Not everybody is going to be happy all of the time. There's some people that are going to get mad. And so for me, it comes down to who, when you make somebody mad and they tell you that they're upset with you, if you're able to have a conversation and explain and hear as much as you talk, as you have to be willing to hear the other side of it. as well. And then can you move forward in a, positive direction or not? And if not, then sometimes people just aren't going to like you. And so
No.
they don't all deserve a reaction. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to Michelle, as long as you know that being cordial with her, friendly with her, welcoming to her, allowing her in your space, or whether you choose not to, that's totally yours. You know
Right.
what I mean? And there's no judgment or anything like that. But you have to understand that as much damage as we've all
Yeah.
watched her do over the last, year on this platform, not everybody is going to be okay with that. Some people are going to quietly walk away. Other people are going to tell you about how they feel because they need to feel heard. And so
Yes.
sometimes just give them that space. But when you weigh out the pros and cons of what's going to help you versus what's going to hurt you,
Yeah.
instead of reacting in anger, my advice would be to maybe really sit down and think about it before making the decision, because there's a lot of people that have been hurt drastically. Like they've been hurt pretty deep, tragic being one of them. And so letting Michelle in your space, you have to already know a lot
Yeah.
of people are going to leave that space and never come back. And as
And I,
long as you know that going into it,
I
you make the best
understand that
decision
now,
for you,
Paloma.
and people are going to have the reaction that they're going to have.
Yeah, and looking at and I didn't give it enough thought. I really didn't. And for that
Mhm.
I'm sorry for. And I mean, and I own that because I truly did not give it enough thought. But if Michelle had done the same if Michelle done the same sort of things to me that she said to some of the others, and tragic being one of them, yes, I would have had a problem too. Honest to God, I would have had a problem. And that's looking at it now after the fact, you know what I'm saying? Like after
Mhm.
it's done. So I understand the frustration and anger of people coming at me about it. I do understand that. And they're right. They have the right to do that. They totally have the right. And I was wrong. I was completely wrong. I never gave it enough thought. I should have put more thought into it, and I didn't. And and that's my ownership. I
So
totally take
does it
the
have to happen to you before you accept how toxic, dangerous, and ugly it is?
wait, no, say that again.
So when I told you that
Yeah.
allowing her in your space, you have to understand the backflow from that, because people don't want to sit in the same space with her with somebody that's so terrible. And
Right.
so what you said was that had she said or done the same things to you that she's done to tragic, Jenny, and a lot of other people, you would
Yeah.
feel very differently about it. And so my question to you is, are you somebody that understands fully well how toxic and ugly she is, but that you don't find it to be that big of a problem until it's turned on you?
No, no. Oh, no, not at all. I'm saying though, like when I did that, I wasn't thinking about how others would feel in the moment of doing that because
Mhm.
time had passed. So I never gave it thought to how it would affect anybody. I never thought about it. Excuse me, but thinking of it now, I understand completely. And it was a toxic environment for a lot of people. And
Mhm.
for that, I'm wrong for that completely. And that will never happen again. That's why I'm saying, like, I am sorry. And the only thing I can say moving forward is I know where I went wrong and I'll fix that wrong because I'll never make that mistake again. Never.
Yeah. Okay. I'm glad you cleared that up, because the answer that you gave kind of made me feel like anything, like anybody, like she can run
Yeah.
around and say all these
Oh,
horrible things. Anybody can, but it's content to you, or it's entertainment, or there's
yeah.
some people that find it funny. Those are people I personally want to avoid, because when I see somebody like Michelle or anybody else,
Right.
anybody, it doesn't matter who it is. Let me pick someone from the chat. Diz is a good friend. I love Diz. If I saw Diz running around talking ugly about Autumn Renee and calling her names and stuff, like I would that would hurt me as a human. And so I would avoid him. I don't need it to
God.
happen to me to
Yeah.
see somebody as a bag of shit and then just not be in their space. So
Like I knew like that Michelle had done a lot to people, but I wasn't grasping, I guess, because she hadn't done it to me, grasping the how people were still feeling of the damage that she's done. You know what? Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
I wasn't grasping how much anger and stuff that people still had for her, and that you just like some of it you just can't let it go because hurt is deep, right? So,
Oh
but
yeah.
I never thought about that in the moment. I know now, like I understand that now, and I understand their frustrations. That's why I'm saying, like, people aren't wrong to be upset and to be mad about it. I understand now why they are. That's,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
So I guess it's sad that it took all of this coming at you to understand how terrible the people that had been hurt by her, like how deep it is. Like, I don't know if you've ever lost anyone in your life or suffered greatly through a tragedy,
No.
but when you do suffer greatly and you live in that, and then you have somebody like Michelle re-rolling the internet using all of those as warfare to
Yeah.
hurt you further, the hurt never goes away. You
Yeah.
never ever are going to sit okay with someone who's used that in that way. And so to see somebody that you would consider a friend or a neutral space or somebody that you are getting to know, it's a huge red flag for anyone who's been dragged and hurt through their traumas. Like it's a huge red flag. So I think that's the reason the majority of the people are upset. And to be blatantly honest about it, people are thinking that you did all of this for content, to grow a channel, to bring the trauma, to get the
No.
to get the clicks and views. And in the moment, you were silencing the people that were trying to hold her accountable, but giving her the last laugh, so to speak. It was a chance for them to laugh in their face.
Yeah.
And so I understand more now why there's so much animosity, because people really enjoyed hanging out in your chat and they really enjoyed getting to know you. And yeah, that it's sad. She really
And
laughed in a lot of faces.
that's where I'm wrong, because
Yeah.
at that time, all I was thinking about was, I can't be here all night. Like, I just can't sit here all night with you. I can't physically do it.
Right.
And by me reading all the comments and me or her reading comments, that's what I thought. We would be here all night. I wasn't looking at it as, excuse me, I wasn't looking at it as people had genuine concerns or like genuine hurt. I wasn't looking at it as any of that. I was just looking at, like, let's just get through this and then I'll address that. That's how I did it. But I mean, I know that was wrong. But that's what I did.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I wouldn't do it again. I know now, like, that's not what you do, but that's exactly what I did. What you shouldn't do is what I did.
Dash X, I found your comment. So a lot of the chat is saying,
you know what, Viloma? I'm not even going to address it, because Dash X has nothing good to say to me anyway, ever. It's been bash after bash after bash, and if it's another bash, I don't even want to read it, to be quite honest.
It's a question, and a lot of people were asking the question. I just lost track of it, and then people said, "Can you read that question?"
Okay.
It says, "Why did you agree with and endorse what she did to Tragic, though? On the live, you said it was understandable because Tragic made parodies about Michelle."
Okay, so Dash X, I have explained what I meant by that. And what I meant was, when Michelle explained why she gets so frustrated, and then why she said what she did to Tragic at the last of it. I said, okay, like, I get it. Not me. And I did. And I followed that with, but it doesn't make that right. It was still wrong, Michelle. Like, I was saying in that moment, like, I understand where you were angry and you were frustrated. And I said, but it's still wrong. So I'm sorry that, like, it was misunderstood, but no, I don't understand. Not at all. I still don't understand. It was still wrong on every stinking level, 100%.
Okay. So, are you my last question for you? Are you apologizing and attempting to own all of this today because you're afraid of the downfall of a channel, or do you mean it?
No, I'm apologizing because I know I'm wrong. This channel,
Because you watched your thing back, didn't you?
Pardon me?
You watched your interview back, didn't you?
Yeah, and I said, and I own, I was not a nice person. I own that. This channel, I don't need this channel for income. So I didn't do this for income. So this channel can go, like, as fast as it came, it can go. It doesn't mean that much to me. And my husband even said, like, just delete it, just be done with it, when I told him what I was going to do here. And I said, even if I do decide to delete this, I still need people to understand that I did wrong and I was wrong. So I own it. I'm not owning it. It has nothing to do with my channel. It has to do with everything about me and my integrity.
I
So
think, and that's the thing. I think you're sincere when you're apologizing. I really do. I mean, look, it takes a hell of a lot to come up here, period. But to come up here and, be vulnerable and cry and be open, I really think that you're sincere. I'm hoping that people will see that. I'm hoping that when you do, go back to your channel, the next thing you do, I think, you're going to see, people will see a change. You know what I mean? I really
and
do. That's
I
what I'm.
sorry.
That's okay. I'm just saying that's my opinion on it. I really think that it's easy for people that haven't been on a panel or ran a StreamYard to say the things that they would do, but it's different when you're actually doing it and in that position. And I think that when you did yours, you didn't have experience doing it, and you didn't realize how quickly it can go sideways. And
I
and
had,
I really think that that's the truth. I do.
yeah,
I think that
I truly had like part of me knew that people would be upset. Don't get me wrong. Like I knew there would be some upset people, but I never dreamt to the degree because I didn't do my due diligence and give the whole thing enough thought either.
right.
Like
No, you didn't.
I own them. Like I truly never.
I understand.
And
But I think that's what it is too. And like the whole muting situation where you didn't even think about that. See, I've been in that position with Michelle on my on Chatter's Voice over there.
yeah.
I've had her come up and remember when she was playing that whole thing where hang on just a second. Remember when she was playing that that noise, the beeping, the hospital noise, whatever, I can't remember what it's
Oh
called.
yeah. Yes.
And I had her up, and me and Toasty and I think other people were up there, and I was muting her every second, right? And she was unmuting, but I didn't think at that moment I had, I was muting as much as I could to make it stop, but she was unmuting. But at that moment, it was so chaotic, I did not think about I could turn her sound all the way down. But Amber came in chat later and said, Jenny, and reminded me, when
Yeah.
you're in positions like that, sometimes, you really don't think about the mute thing. So there are things that through it, that I understand a little bit more than other people that haven't done it, So
Yeah, like hindsight, I mean, I wish I had to have hit that mute button, and that's what I explained to someone. Like that was literally, I don't know, maybe the third, fourth time at the most I had anyone on panel, and I certainly know, though, that was the first time though that I had anyone on panel that I would ever have to chance that. You might need to shut them up. So I never even gave it I mean, it was my stupidity. I should have known better, but I didn't even realize at that moment that I could mute her. I wasn't even thinking because I was so focused on trying to stop her and derail it. Like that's where my headspace was. I was trying to stop her from saying the stuff too. And then to try to and that's why I never even thought then to mute, which I wish I did, but I never.
I know, but
And that's why I apologize.
That was why I was making that point, because I've been in that position, and it helps a little bit if you really do need to get experience of doing a channel and running a panel and all that before making was Michelle is the worst to have for a first time ever,
That
so,
was definitely
just
a live and learn at
her period is a no-no, because she's going to ruin everything for you if she gets a chance. And, but I think that from here, people are just going to have to make their decision. And I think some people will be forgiven and some people won't, but it's a lesson learned. It's a hard lesson learned on here. And hopefully some of the beefs are squashed. Tragic said she has no beef with anybody but Michelle. So she doesn't want to fight with you.
Okay. And
Tragic doesn't,
I'm
you know,
sincerely sorry.
she's a really good person, and she really does stay out of the drama. I know a bunch of people think that she doesn't, but I've never ever had an issue with Tragic ever, not once. And like, she's one of these people that can go different places, and she
Right.
never gets involved. You know, she's just a good-hearted person.
Yeah,
And
and that's why I said to Michelle, like, Michelle, why would you do that to Tragic? Like, oh my God, like, she is a great person. Why would you do that? And then I even
I
kept
know,
saying, no, like, that's wrong. That's wrong. And
I know,
that's
but
why
in that instance, it gives
I know.
Michelle time to trash her. You know, because
Yeah,
that's what.
and then all anybody here in the moment too, though, Jenny, at that time, like, nobody heard me say it. I'm sure nobody still even remembers me even saying, like, trying to stop her. All they are hearing, which is understandable too, like, I get that, all they're hearing is what she's trying to say more about
Mhm.
Tragic. That's what they're hearing, and I get that now. I understand that. So
And
that's
to
why
me,
I
to everybody else, it really is giving her a platform to talk trash about them. You know, that's the way everybody
yeah
looks at it when it's that. So, you
yeah
know, I think that it's something learned, and you know, just take a little break and you know, get your ducks back in a row, and then I suggest doing your makeup, and then maybe having, you know, just a little chat where people can come in and chat
yeah.
with you.
And
You know?
oh,
I
nothing
don't
like
think you're at all
will ever have. Jenny, like,
fit for
I don't
drama.
have
You know,
I don't have this kind of stuff in my life. Not that I live this privileged life at all. I live an
yeah,
average life, an average, like, but I just don't have that in my life. And all of a sudden, when I'm hit with it, my first instinct is, well, oh my God, I better try to defend myself. Like, I know I didn't do it for this. I know that's, and that was my instinct. But like, I know now, like, you telling me and Valoma telling me, like, no, that's not what you do. I wish that I had to been able to talk to someone like you guys and have had more, of what to do and not to do.
yeah,
I
yeah.
wish I knew that. But I mean, going forward, all I can say to everyone is I learned the hard way. It was a hard lesson to learn. And, just all I can say is just, give me a chance and you'll see that I'm not that person. And to be honest with you, like, that's why people have said, why isn't the interview up there? Because I'm ashamed of my actions. That's why. So I don't want anyone else to see it. And if anyone hasn't seen it, perfect. Because that's one less that's, doesn't judge that I was so awful. And I own that. I own it. And I was embarrassed of my actions. And, that's all. I know I was wrong. So that's all I can say about it. I mean, I was 100% wrong. I own that. And I'm not doing it because of my channel, because that channel can be gone right now and it wouldn't affect me one bit. I mean, I'd miss it because I like, the people and stuff like that. I'd miss that aspect. But regards to money and stuff like that, no, I've never made one dime on my channel. I don't try to dry bag, do any of the above. Like, if someone wanted to send me a PayPal, they're more than welcome to, but I don't push it. And I have never made a dime on it. And I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with that. It doesn't matter to me. So if it's gone, if it was to go right now, it's okay. I did it because I know that's not who I am. So the channel aside, that's not me, but I know I have to prove that. So all I'm saying is just give me a chance and you'll see that that's not me. And I made a mistake.
I believe so, and I think that's where everybody's going to go from here. I think we'll just, they'll have to make their own decision, and you can, like, I'm sure eventually people will come and work things out with you. Y'all, she's addressed the community post, like,
Yeah.
every
that
time.
earlier.
Y'all are going to have, if people are just coming in, y'all are going to have to rewind. We've been here nearly 3 hours. I am about done, okay? So
Yeah.
if you didn't hear her answers, you're going to have to rewind. Sorry, but she's already answered everything possible.
Yeah, I don't know what that I need. And Jenny, like, if there was any misunderstanding that in any shape or form that you thought that I was coming across and I was disrespecting anything that you were saying, that wasn't my intent at all. I was saying, like, you
I
got
don't think so. See, what people don't understand, and I'm just going to bring up this person's name only for this purpose,
yeah,
and it's not to bash her because we might not be friends anymore, but I don't do that. But
no,
a lot of people don't understand. You remind me a lot of my friend that used to come on panel, Coach,
okay,
figure skating coach, and
yeah,
I don't take the way you say things the way you're saying them, because I think it's just the way you speak.
yeah,
I don't think that I don't take offense to the certain things that you say the way other people do, because Coach just had that kind of the way she spoke, and she didn't mean it ugly or whatever, but
yeah, like,
she just had the way. It's just the way she talked, and
yeah, like
people took it that way, and I think they're taking you that way too. So
people
you
have
remind me a lot of her, and I don't think that.
yeah, like over and over that I'm talking with an attitude. Trust me when I say if I had an attitude, like, this is not me having an attitude. I do not have an attitude. But like when I went that interview, oh, 100%, that was 100%
Yeah,
asshole.
no, that was an attitude.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That was
yeah,
a shocking one,
yeah,
because you had never acted like that.
and that's 100% asshole attitude. 100% without even question. But anything else, like when they hear me talking, no, not at all. Because when I heard that, I was like, oh my gentle D Jesus. Honest to God, like, who are you? Who are you?
Yeah,
I was embarrassed.
that was different. But I think in general, like the way you say things, I don't think you're meaning them to
No, I'm not.
be taken the way they are. But on here, it is like that's the way people judge things, because that's all they have to judge,
Yeah,
because they don't know you. So
right.
I think maybe just kind of watch how you say things, and maybe people won't take it so offensively. But
I've been trying,
after
like,
they get to know you, maybe, you know what I mean?
yeah, and I've heard people say, like, "Oh, she sounds like she has an attitude," and and I even said, like, I don't know, like, is it my accent? Like, I know I have a different accent than what, because I'm Canadian, so I have a different accent. Maybe it's like a mixture of accent, like, I don't know, but like when I got
I feel
mad,
like
like,
it's a defensive attitude, and
no,
anytime
yeah, and
somebody's backed
oh
into
yeah,
a
and
corner and they're
Yeah.
yeah,
defensive, that attitude comes out.
yeah, and absolutely, and that's why I'm saying, like, if you hear, like, could be very well like something defensive, yeah, and I will not deny that at all.
Yeah.
And even with that community post that I blurred out and said, like, um uh to
They're talking
report
about
it.
the one this morning is the one they keep
Yes,
referring to.
yeah, so I put a community post up and I said, I have no desire or intentions or whatever, for to be going after Tragic or Lucy. And that is not my intent. Like, that's what I was saying, like, that's not, I am not doing that. That is not my intentions.
Can I
That's,
read it to you?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
The chat wants me to read it to you. I'm going to read
Go
it to
ahead.
you and then tell you what
As
the
if
people in
I'd
the
probably be
bleachers
mortified
see.
now too. Go ahead.
Okay, you typed out this. The chat wanted this a while back. I need to make this very clear. I am in no shape or form ever trying to go after Lucy or Tragic. I don't care what either of them say or do. Regards to me, go right ahead, fill your boots. We know that drama sells, so if you both would like to carry the narrative that I've not apologized, then go ahead. It doesn't affect me either way.
Mhm.
I know who I am and I know my worth. You two mean squat to me. I
Right.
rarely watched either of you.
Right.
Just wasn't my thing, but
Right.
that's okay. So
Right.
do your thing. I hope you both do great things and accelerate. Wishing you both all the success and you both do great things. My hat's off to you both there. So from the bleachers, this is very passive aggressive.
Yeah, yeah, and you know what? And you reading it back to me, Valoma, yeah, 100. I did in the
Okay.
moment. I didn't think that, but you reading it back to me, yes, you're right, 100%. And that I will 100% say there's some attitude in there. Now, there's a lot of truth in there. Like, I wish you the best. I wish you no harm. Like, all that stuff. Absolutely. But saying, like, some of the other stuff, yeah, that's passive aggressive. Absolutely.
Yeah. Because you're and I get why the chat's a little heated about it. You're like, I'm gonna make this very clear. I'm not
Yeah, and I
ever
shouldn't
trying to
address it
go
like that.
after
Yeah, no, I
Lucy
know.
or Tragic.
Yeah,
Then you reference drama, like drama sells. So if you want to carry the narrative that I haven't apologized, go ahead. I know who I am and I know my worth. And then you follow it up with the aggressive. You two
I
mean
know.
squat to me.
I
I
know.
rarely watch either of you. I get it. There's a little bit of condescending tone to it, and a little bit of like,
No,
I don't
Valoma,
really give a
that
shit.
wasn't
Yeah.
condescending. That was being a pure outright bitch. That's what that was. 100%. That I own that. The 100%. Yeah. And I will
Okay.
remove that. I will remove it. That was wrong. So, and I will remove my community post, no problem, because if I'm going to move forward, I know I need to make the right things. And I was a bitch. Well, now I don't think I was a bitch in all of it, but I wasn't a bitch in part of that. Yes, you're absolutely right. I was.
Yeah,
You
it's
said it nice,
very
but I was.
passive aggressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. But you
I
know
think
what,
that's
though, Paloma? Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. I truly, truly, actually even thank the chat for that, bringing that to my attention, because otherwise I cannot change what I don't acknowledge. You know what I
exactly.
mean? So I
Yeah.
acknowledge, yeah, that was very passive aggressive or slash bitch. Yes, 100%.
Yeah. See, I had not even seen it, but it's something that the chat kept going back to and
Yeah,
bringing
and
up
I'm.
as a point. And so I thought if you
They're right.
hear
They're
it and then
absolutely
address
right.
it, maybe, and these are, even though they're awkward, difficult times, and
Yeah.
sometimes it brings shame and all that stuff, the chance to say, this is the mindset I was in, this is why I said it, and I apologize for it. Sometimes it smooths things over and people have a different
Honest.
perspective. Sometimes it does not, and that's just where you have to sit in it.
Yeah, and 100% my truth. For the last 2 days, I suffer with chronic pain anyway, so stress doesn't help that either, and that's nobody's fault but my own. I brought it upon myself, and I own that. But with that being said, that combined with everything, I never slept very well. So that is a combination of not even thinking and just firing off because you're
And
doing,
the truth is too, when we're being attacked, like, hello, we're going to be defensive, and and Glam has never ever she really didn't realize she was opening up the door to be attacked, and well, maybe that part, but like with the community post, I don't think she was defending herself, but she also had no clue. Look, I can see a lot of it. Like, you just didn't realize you're opening up, and you're defensive too. I get it, because you've not had sleep and all that, and it's okay. I think it just carries on the beef, though. That's what
absolutely. Like reading that back, 100%. There's parts of that was not necessary. Like when I said, like, I know I've apologized. That's one of the things. That is one of the things that was brought up over and over and over again, that I never apologized to Tragic for the things. And what I meant by like saying, like, oh my God, I'm getting messages. My God. What I meant when what was my track there that I was even saying?
You're talking about one of the things is what you got. One of the things so you were talking about something about Tragic.
Oh, okay. So when I said something about, like, I know my truth, because it has been said over and over and over again about not apologizing. And I knew I did. But now speaking with, and I don't mean a but with that, speaking with you today, Jenny, like, I understand, like, I had made the statement, I'm not responsible for Michelle's mouth. You know what I mean? Like, she's a grown person, but I take responsibility because I said I couldn't stop her. She was on my panel, so I apologized for that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
so I apologized for that. But I mean, all I was hearing over and over, you never apologized, when I knew that I had apologized. And I said, like, right in the very get-go, like, why would you do this to such a good person? Like, I said that. And even when she was saying why, I said, I see, like, I meant, I get what you're saying to me, but it doesn't make it right. Like, I understood what she's saying, but it didn't mean I understood why she's doing it, which I should have clarified that. I don't understand how you could be ever so cruel, ever, to anybody. So I didn't mean it in that aspect. But I
Right.
even said to her, that's just downright mean. Like,
Yeah.
so I know in no way, shape, or form ever condone that. Ever. I don't. And I never did. And that's why I stand by it. Like, I didn't.
Oh my Lord. I am not letting you up here, Michelle. Are you
Oh my
kidding?
God.
Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
I'll drop down, not to tell you the truth, because I'm not going back
She
and
just
forth.
wants to make it worse. Oh my God.
Yeah, I'll drop down. If she comes
I
up,
don't know if
Glam, can I tell you one last thing before if you make that decision? Here's
Yeah,
what I
no
want you to know. So there's a lot of people in the community that get very upset and lash out, and it happens whenever you have a channel. And so sometimes it's worth it to address it, and sometimes it's not. And I think you did an awesome thing coming up here and giving, the people that are hurt, or the people that are curious, or the people that are nosy, or whatever you want to call it. I
Yeah.
think everybody is here for a reason. And so I think that coming up here, which is a very neutral place, and being asked the hard questions, and having the platform to do this all one time. So one
Yeah.
time, so that you don't have to continue doing it all over and over.
I'm so
is a really good
thankful.
thing. The other point I want to make is that where we can control what we say and how we act and how we react, we can't control how other people receive it, and if they consider it to be truth or bullshit. And so there's probably going to be some people that are upset. I hope that as time goes, people reevaluate the situation with less emotional investment, and then kind of make their own decision. And I hope that the anger and the hatred kind of goes away. Like, we can't make everybody happy, and sometimes being friends with somebody, or believing in somebody, will hurt another person, and we can't really do anything about that. Just always stand in your truth.
Yes, absolutely. I'm very, very thankful that Jenny gave me the
Evelyn.
opportunity to do this today.
Thank you, Evelyn.
thankful.
And she says, Glam, just understand that people are hurt, which is the reason they're frustrated with you. Getting defensive only continues the cycle of hurt.
Absolutely. But in that moment, and I understand that now, but when I was being defensive and I thought I was doing the right thing of answering all the questions, now knowing better from Jenny and Valoma saying, no, you don't do that. This is not what you do. Now I understand why you shouldn't do that. But in the moment, I thought that's what I was doing was the right thing. But I know now I wasn't. So I'm sorry for that. And I did lash out. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah.
I just hope that moving forward, people have heard me, and people will just stop with the hate. Like, if you don't like me, that's okay. Don't watch me. It's fine. Like, it's fine. And that's what someone had said something about, excuse me, you'll lose your channel. And I said, okay. Or lose all my subscribers. And I said, okay. If I lose all but 2 subscribers, that's 2 more than I have than when I started with. It's okay.
Yeah, that's true.
It's okay.
Okay, Valoma, I'm going to trust you on this one. Here we go.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Michelle? What's your fault?
I don't know why you're doing this to her. You are like literally the biggest internet bully on the face of the earth. You're making her kiss your ass for nothing.
Oh, okay, Michelle.
Oh,
that's
seriously.
not
Whatever.
You think that you fucking
What's your point? What's your point?
There's a lot of people that were
and you don't
that wanted to ask questions. That's all this
Michelle.
was.
No, you're making her grovel, and
Michelle.
it's fucking pathetic.
Nobody is.
No, I'm not. She
Yes, you
is
are.
trying to
why are you
say she's sorry for dealing with your idiot stuff, with your idiotic crap. Okay,
It's not idiotic crap.
it's not
Would
gonna
you-
You're
work here.
pathetic. You are pathetic.
Would you rather people
Michelle.
kept coming into her comment section and
Michelle,
leaving ugly comments?
did you
or
enjoy
give her the
making her
chance to
hated?
save
Did
time?
you
No,
did it
I
on
don't enjoy making her
purpose?
hated.
You did it on purpose,
You're a
Michelle.
big
We're not
bully.
idiots.
You're a big bully. You suck.
Whatever,
You're a big bully
Michelle.
doing this to her.
Whatever.
Whatever. You
Whatever.
don't fucking own YouTube.
Obviously, I own more of YouTube than you do. I have a
I'm
channel and you
gone.
don't.
I'm gone, bitch. I'm on Rumble.
Then why are you here?
Okay.
Why are you
Because you're an
here?
asshole. You're an
No,
asshole.
I'm not. You are. You put her in this position because you're a
I
jackass.
didn't put her in
You're a
shit.
complete jackass, and you
No,
only
you're
care
a
about
jackass.
yourself. You didn't
You're a
think about how
jackass.
it's
You
gonna
think you
affect.
fucking
How many-
own.
You didn't think about how it's going to affect Glam at all. At
Right.
all.
You
I
lied
could
your
care
butt
less.
off to
I was
her
being
the
very
whole
nice. I
time.
was being cordial. I've
No,
apologized
you
to
had
everyone.
a
And it's
whole
a sin and a shame
platform
what
to
you're
Shut
doing.
spin more
up.
lies and blame more people. You weren't
Right.
honest about
I didn't blame
anything.
anyone. And you know
You're
what?
never
Then
honest
again,
about anything.
You
You're a
did.
Beezer is
jackass.
going to jail.
You are a jackass. See
No,
what?
you're a jackass.
Here we go.
Who's going to jail?
Beezer.
Oh my God. See, you're just ridiculous.
That's all
Okay,
you
not.
do.
somebody's going to
I've got
jail.
text messages from Tragic to Beezer.
That's all you
Tragic
do.
to
Val,
Beezer. Go
You
throw nails
just
in her
keep it
driveway.
going. You're not going to come up here and talk shit about
I'm
Tragic.
not
This is
talking
about
shit.
what you did by
I've
going
got.
to Glam's
Not
channel
happening. Not
and
happening.
blaming more people for what you've
I'm
done.
not.
Have you ever owned all of the people that you've deeply hurt on the platform, or are you just going to keep making it about
I've
you?
apologized. I've
Michelle,
apologized to everyone I've
this,
hurt.
here's
Not
the thing.
really.
This is not about you. It's about Glam. Bye.
Right. That's how easy it goes.
oh my
When
God.
she goes on and on and
She's
on to spin a
ridiculous. She's
narrative.
trying. Yeah, she's trying to make it about her. But I
Yeah.
thought she was going to be nice to you, Glam. I just wanted you to see what she really. She could care less. She could care less about you. Period. It's about her. You know. She didn't think for one instance how things would happen to you. You know, like she could care less about anybody but herself. So
And for the record, with that whole narrative of a kissing ass and all this other stuff, this was the opportunity for Glam to come to one place and have
yeah,
the chat ask the questions that are bothering them, or to say, this is why I doubt you, or this is why I think you did this, and have Glam rebut that and give her examples or tell her side of it and have everybody hear at once. This prevents her from having to put up with this or having the people in the chat put up with this for months on end. While
I
all the
am
people
beyond
are still going.
thankful. So
hang on.
thankful.
I'm gonna show you really quick who Michelle is. Okay,
Okay.
hang on 1 second. I just gotta, because I didn't know this till I don't know 5 minutes ago. Here we go. Let me pull this up. God,
And Jenny
Michelle,
does
you can
this for a
sit back
lot of
there all
people.
day long. I'm not letting you back up here. It's not happening. So you might as well just drop. Dummy. I told you I'd never speak to you privately. I'm never, ever, ever, no matter what, ever speaking to Michelle. You'll never see texts from me with her. You'll never hear a phone call. None of that kind of crap. Nope, not ever going to happen. I cannot stand Michelle. She is the jerk. She's always been. She's never going to change. Let me show you, apparently, what she did before she decided to come up here. You see this?
Yeah, I got to screenshot it to see it.
Yeah, I know it.
I can
Hopefully
read
it's
it to you. It says, it's from MGL Michelle Goes Live. It says, I'm watching you. She's flip-flopping and playing both sides. That's between you and I, Michelle, and then it says her last name. And then the one below it says, she's going after Tragic behind the scenes. I don't lie. Yeah, right. Keep it quiet and don't say a word. Only 2 people know, me and someone else. So you're going to give it away. And then signs her name.
Ah, that's your friend there.
Where did she write this, Ash?
She emailed it to me.
Oh, she emailed that to. Oh, whoa, okay. Oh, very good, Michelle.
That's what she does when she can't control the narrative or get what she wants, or people tell her that she's wrong. And her obsession with Tragic is a bit much. Definitely a bit much. Tragic has asked Michelle, and I mean the majority of the platform, to just stop talking about her and let her do her thing. And so for Michelle's incessant run and grab on anything tragic is just pretty gross.
Yeah, she's always had something for tragic, always. Right from the very get-go, though. Right for the very get-go, it has been like tragic. Tragic has been a focus of something. I
Well,
don't know why.
tragic has had the ability to take a real tragedy and turn it into something positive. And she's moved forward
Absolutely.
in a very positive direction, benefiting and helping a lot of people that the rest of the world shun. Tragic is an outstanding human. She's a wonderful mother. She's a great woman. I have so much respect for Tragic. And so Michelle can't do that.
Oh my,
Michelle has her own tragedies and has done nothing but come on the internet and make all these crazy accusations and just drama everywhere. So no wonder she has a problem with Tragic. There's a lot of people that maybe don't like Tragic. And so they just don't talk about her. But Michelle
right,
can't help herself.
right. I've said
You
it.
can
Oh,
screenshot that. I'm gonna take it down. But that's
I
exactly what she's up to.
I wish that I could do for the homeless that Tragic does. That it melts my heart to do that. I did something like similar last year for Christmas, but that's the only time I've done it is at Christmas time. Tragic does this all year round. And I
But
mean,
did
it's
you see
incredible.
did you see what were in those messages? Now she's insinuating that you are behind the scenes working with her to do something negative that affects
To
Tragic.
pull
Oh,
up
Michelle.
Tragic's.
Okay,
Right.
Michelle.
That's what she's trying to insinuate. And now here's where the problem comes by having her on the panel and letting her freely run the show and talk negatively about
Okay,
Tragic.
so
There
I'll
are
come
people
out,
that are going to doubt that. They're going
but
to
you
they're
know
going to
what? No,
believe that
I'm going to come
what she
right out
says
with
is
it.
true. If you'd let
Lola,
somebody finish.
I'm going to come right out with it. What she's talking about, Michelle, you just hung yourself, sweetheart. So, what Michelle is talking about is apparently there's an instance with Tragic and Beezer. And Beezer was told to throw nails in Michelle's driveway by Tragic. That's what Michelle is talking about.
Where did you hear that from, though? Who told you that?
So that's coming from another creator. I don't want to put her in there too. Another creator who was supposed, now I don't know if she has since got the information and given it to Michelle. I have no idea. I was just given to that and it was a third party. It was a third party call. And the other
And
person was on the third party. That's where it came from.
so Michelle and another person and you were on the phone, and
Yes.
the other
Yes.
person said that
Oh,
that per-
this,
so
yeah. I
hold
knew
on, let
nothing
me ask.
about
Hold on. Let me ask you. So the other
yes.
person that was on the phone said that that Tragic told them to throw nails in Michelle's driveway.
Tragic told Beezer to throw nails in her
Told Beezer.
driveway. And apparently Beezer sits across the street and watches Michelle in her car. Her
Come
and
on.
spent a full Saturday there doing it. Now, like I said, I didn't know nothing about this. I was on a third way call and this was told to Michelle. So this is what Michelle is talking about.
Have
That's
you
what
said any?
Michelle's talking about. So there you have it. So
So do you see
Michelle,
what getting involved with Michelle behind the scenes does when you
oh,
allow
absolutely. And you know what,
conversations and
Paloma?
phone calls?
That's
Wow.
why I was like, it was very, very limited, extremely limited, because I knew, like Michelle knows nothing about my life, nothing. But I didn't talk to Michelle on a personal level or anything of that nature because I knew what Michelle was all about. Do you know what I'm saying? So I knew exactly. I knew what Michelle would do. I knew what Michelle would do. 100%. Michelle can't keep her mouth shut for anything. We all know that she can't keep her mouth shut. So, I mean, now whether I'm not saying this stuff is true, I'm not like, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that's what she's talking about. You want to put it out there, sweetheart? Then I'll put it out there. That's what was put out there. Now,
Did you give Tragic a heads up that this accusation was being made against her?
no, I did not. No, I did
Okay.
not.
So
No.
earlier, whenever the
This
chat
only happened
asked you,
yesterday. This only happened yesterday. So that's
earlier
why
when the chat asked you if you had talked to Michelle before you allowed her on your panel, you said you had one phone conversation with her
prior
right
to her
before.
being on my
Okay.
panel. Yeah, that's what
So
I
you're
was saying.
still
though.
communicating with Michelle.
Yeah, but that's only been one phone call
But-
since that.
Okay.
What I'm saying.
Well,
See, though,
Maybe
that's why.
six.
But let me just
Oh
say
yeah,
that's
no, and
probably
I
why.
understand.
That's
Yeah.
why they like. That's why they could tell something was up. You know what I mean? And then
I
immediately she
Yeah.
throws you under the bus. That's
Oh
Michelle
yeah,
for you.
and that's why I was very cool and very careful of what I was doing. That had nothing to do with me. And Valoma, no, that was only yesterday, so I would never have like in that my head was just spinning anyway. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't have even other than to write on Tragic's wall, like on her community post or something anyway. I've never been in contact with Tragic. Never. But in that moment, I would never have said to Tragic, like, here's a heads up of what's because of my anger. Like I was so frustrated, in defense of, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just everything. So I wasn't even thinking, not that I wasn't even thinking, I wouldn't have because I wasn't in the headspace to even say you deserve a heads up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, because you were upset. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's Michelle. I'm not letting you back up here. You can sit back there all day till I shut down. It's not happening. You're a jerk.
So that is what Michelle is talking about. And now Michelle can throw the other person under the bus, but I'm not going to do that because that's not who I am. And, you know, but no, I promise you, Michelle will not have another phone call with me. That I promise you. So the soft side that Michelle got from me with some empathy, that's gone out the door now. Michelle, you just screwed that. So the one person that was willing to give you even a little, like a smidgen of time, gone.
I
Gone.
know. I'm
Done.
telling you, that's her.
Done.
Like,
But
So
Jenny,
earlier when I asked you if your anger doesn't ever come when these things are being said or done to other people versus when it's said or done to you, this is a fine example of that. And I can't sit with that. I can't sit with people that can watch
what do you
someone
mean?
go on and on and on all over the internet and say these horrible, terrible
No,
things
no,
to
but
other
this
people.
didn't-
But you
no.
don't get mad about that. You give her the place to sit in your space and spew a ton of lies and
No, but
negativity. And now you're angry because she's involving you in it.
No.
Sorry.
So, Valoma, what I'm saying though is it didn't go anywhere because it hasn't gone beyond those three people, me, her, and this other person who told it to Michelle. That's what I'm saying. It hasn't. It wasn't put anywhere. This
What do
is
you mean? There's a
until
narrative
she
being
just
spun
did.
about Tragic. There's a
no.
narrative being spun that Tragic is involved in this real life stuff with no receipts or proof. And I don't for 1 second believe that Tragic would ever do that to
and I'm
anybody
not
when she
saying-
just wants to be left alone. And you're involved in behind the scenes crap with Michelle, who spews nothing but hatred and keeps the focus and attention on her. I can't sit with this anymore,
don't
Glam. I
even
can't do
believe-
that.
I don't even believe that.
No, like there's nothing.
for a
I'm not.
minute, not for
There's
1
nothing
minute. That these
that
are
I'm involved. No, there's
tragic.
nothing that I'm involved in because
Behind the
like-
scenes phone calls with people that you know or don't know, making
No.
accusations against another content creator, and you didn't say anything to Tragic.
But
Look,
no,
Tragic
but
doesn't
Valoma,
like me, but
the
had I
reason-
heard that, I would have been in her emails pronto to say, this is what I just heard.
Okay, yeah,
Here's
and you
who I
know
heard
what?
it from.
And and you're right. I should have. But what I'm saying, if I was in the right mindset at the time, that's what I would have done. But because of my frustration and like just being like over the top with everything, I didn't even think about it.
Okay,
Is
so your
what-
anger is a problem that prevents you from doing the right
No.
thing, and body pain
No.
is another
No.
excuse that prevents you from doing the
No.
right thing.
No.
Come
No.
on, let's be real about this.
Yeah, let's be real.
After this, I can't. I'm sorry, no
Okay, that's
disrespect, but I
Paloma.
can't sit with this.
That's on you, honey. Like I mean, I'm being
It's
honest.
not on me. That's on you. That your
That's
actions,
okay, but I'm just saying
reactions, and
that's your
excuses
decision.
are what bring
So,
me
Jenny,
to that.
did you have any other questions for me or anything? Because
No, I think that's it, Glam. I think that she, we've asked
there
you
is
just
no
everything.
involvement. This came out yesterday, and like even like yesterday, just before evening. I have not done anything with this. I didn't plan to do anything with this by the long stretch of the imagination. And when Michelle phoned me today, she phoned me and I said, "You need receipts." You don't do anything without receipts. Did you get receipts yet? No, I'm going to call her. I said, well, you can't do a thing until you know you have receipts. You don't do anything without that. I told her that today. And the conversation was over. That was it. That was it.
Gotcha.
So,
But I mean, but she's going to immediately turn it into something and flip,
oh, I know.
flip it
And
on you,
that's,
you know?
yeah,
That
and
was,
that's okay. That's okay. She can do that. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm just being honest of what this came to me yesterday. And no, not that I'm an angry person and I reach out of anger or any of that, Maloma. It is not that at all. It was just the fact that there was so much in the spam of like Friday, Saturday, and it was just a combination of everything. If I was thinking in the right mindset at the time, I would have 100% done that. And no, and that's why I said today, you don't do a damn thing without knowing proof 100%, because you can't do that. And that's why I said, like, that's saying to her, shut up, shut your mouth. This is hearsay until it's down in black and white. You know what
Well,
I'm
what I
saying?
was referring to in anger was that whenever you had a chat full of people trying to hold her accountable, you blocked
Right.
them in anger. You were mad that they were kind of
No, I would
messing
no,
the vibe, and so you blocked them. And then the
no,
community
I
posts, when
never
you were
blocked
called
them
out
to
on the
begin with.
community post, you said that you did those in anger and that your reactions to people expecting better
Okay.
of you were to lash out in anger. And so then here's another
Mhm.
example of Michelle kind of pulling you
That's
into her
frustration,
shit, and you
Paloma,
said you didn't contact or give Tragic a heads up
because
because
I
you weren't in
was
the right frame of
frustrated.
mind and anger. So
Combination
anger
of
leads you.
everything I said.
Mhm.
I said it was a combination of the whole 2 days. We have frustration, we have anger, we have tired. I said it was a combination of everything. If I was thinking clearly in that moment and not like feeling like everything was on me, it would never have happened, is what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying. But nothing happened because I said straight up, you can't do that. You can't do shit without knowing what you're talking about. Like, you can't just say, well, this happened, that happened. You need to back it up. That's what I said. So there was nothing anywhere. And this other person, I haven't even spoke to her today. So this went nowhere, absolutely nowhere, until Michelle is saying this. But she's not saying our phone conversation this morning about of her going. And I said, she phoned me. And I said, you cannot do a thing. You don't know this. This right now is hearsay. Did you get anything from a text? Anything? No. I said, well, then right now, nothing happened. That's
Okay,
what I told
so
her.
just to give you a heads up, since you allowed her in the space and put her in your YouTube life, she's in the back chat saying you called her with the information. She's
Oh,
saying that you called her this morning, that you texted her this morning. She's
hold on. Let
creating
me
receipts,
pop
all
her
of
up
this
here.
stuff.
I
Here's
texted
This is
her
what
this
Michelle.
morning
happens.
Go
and
ahead.
told
Tell
her,
the
This is what
truth.
what do I
happens.
do about Vinny
Tell the
G on
truth.
there and
It's
what he
something.
was saying? That's what my thing was this morning when I text you,
Michelle.
Michelle.
Oh, well, I'm just saying this is what
I
happens. Now
no,
you're
no, I'm
being
not mad at you,
blamed.
Paloma. I'm just
You're
saying,
being
Michelle.
like, to her,
blamed
what
for
she's
the
saying.
things that she's involved with. She's now saying that you're a part of it or blaming you for it. And that's
Oh,
kind
well,
of what
then you know
happens.
what? I don't care. She can go
Michelle.
ahead. But that's why I didn't have a hell of a lot to do with Michelle right from
It's
the
not
very
working.
get-go, because I know what Michelle is all about. So I was extremely guarded. And yes, I spoke with Michelle, like I said, on the phone yesterday. But you asked me, Valoma, if I spoke with her like before I did that Q&A with her. I spoke with her either the day, I think it was the day, I don't know if it was the day
The chat
before or
asked
the
you two
day of.
questions. Did you talk to her before you put her on your panel? And have you talked to her
Once,
since then? And you said you
once,
talked to
and
her
what?
once before the panel and that you've talked to her once after the panel.
That's
Come to
right.
find out, you're involved in group conversations.
No,
Well,
so
you
the
got
one
Michelle in
time
the back
was
saying
yesterday
otherwise.
and now.
She's sending me text to prove it, she says.
Okay, go for it, Michelle. You go right ahead. But our phone conversation, you let it up there too, Missy, that you phoned me today because I have it on my log. Phone call, like, but it's no way to hide. You can't hide it. Like, you just don't hide it. So, like, whatever. But
Jenny
no,
did
I
let her
was
back
not
on
spreading
panel. She didn't say
anything
anything,
about
and then
tragedy.
she dropped down.
Michelle,
I was not spreading one iota
she's
about
not.
tragedy.
Her sound's not working or something. Probably because she's typing. Michelle, you're on panel for a second.
Hey. Hello?
What? Okay. So you're saying that you're
Hang on
sending
a
a
second.
text?
Hang on a second, Jenny.
All right. Oh my lord. She said, Glam, admit it. You have been busted.
Whatever. Whatever. I don't really care. This conversation came out yesterday.
Thank you, Fortune Cookie. We appreciate you. You're a good human too. Oh my god.
Timed out by owner. I asked the questions that the chat had repeatedly timed out. That's why they got. That's the reason. That
Okay,
I asked them. The ones that were
I
being
just can't
repeated.
stand you lying, Kimberly. I can't take a liar. I'm
Michelle,
not gonna
I
have you
am
call
not
me and then
lying.
sit on a panel and talk shit about me.
I'm not lying, Michelle.
Jenny, I just sent you a text from yesterday.
Okay, I'm going to look. And you emailed it?
Yeah. Stop
All right.
lying. Like, it's cool, but stop being two-faced and lying.
No, Michelle. I said we
you're
had
lying.
a
Your
three-way
voice gets
phone
high-pitched
call
when you lie.
yesterday. I let you know that there was this, and you phoned the other person. I said that, for God's sake. There's nothing more to say. I said it.
You
I
said
told
call
you.
them on three-way. You said, do you have this person's number? And I said, yes.
And call
And you
her
said,
on
call them on
three-way.
three-way.
Because I didn't have it. That's what I finished telling them. She gave me the information.
That is bullshit, because you told me
She
this morning
told
I
me the
texted this
information.
person when you got
Michelle?
off the phone with them.
Michelle?
Stop lying.
She gave me the information
Stop
yesterday.
fucking lying.
I am not lying,
Yes,
sweetheart.
you are. Stop
No, I'm
lying.
not. No, I'm not. And I said to
Look,
you.
one thing about people is they know when I get pissed off, I come out with the truth. Stop lying.
I hung up from the person and I phoned you and I said
Stop
put her on
fucking lying.
three-way. Asshole.
She comes out with the truth when she's mad.
I was talking to the person.
Stop
you
being
fucking
two-faced.
asshole.
Stop talking shit about me and then being all nice to me on the phone.
And I told her,
And I just sent Jenny Jen proof.
I'm showing it. I'm showing it.
Stop fucking lying about me.
Okay.
And she lied in court again and said she was living in a special community.
That was from a day before.
Okay,
That's
so
her
right
telling
here.
me about,
Hey, Michelle, is
that's
there
her
a
telling me
propane
about,
gas company here
what her name
near
is.
your house? Yes,
That's
why?
her
1
telling-
second. Why are you
That's
asking?
about TCL.
Okay.
That's about TCL, what she's saying to me there.
The one
you
from
mean to
yesterday is her in white. Out of the blue. I was minding my fucking business.
Yes, Michelle, I already said I text you and I texted
You're the one that came up with the story. You're the one that told me about Beezer and Tragic.
Yes, I just fucking said. I went and hung up with that other person, and I
thought you didn't have their number.
And I told you
I
to
thought you
call
didn't have their
that
number.
person. Michelle, told you to put her on three-way. Do you have her number? And you said yes.
But you said you didn't have that person's number.
No! You asked me, was this the right number? I didn't know how to do a three-way call with you on the Google chat. So I hung up with her so that called you so you could do the three-way call. That's how it went, Michelle.
We're going to play the game of semantics about who had the number of the other person right now instead of addressing the real problem. Go ahead.
The number of the other person was the person that's involved. I was talking with her on the phone. Of course, I had her freaking number. Good God.
Well, Michelle says you had her number and you say Michelle had her number. And Michelle says you put her on the three-way. You say Michelle put her on the three-way. This is a whole lot of involvement.
But earlier she said she didn't have the number. The person gave her the number.
Michelle, I told you to. I asked you, did you have her number? I didn't know how to put you on three-way.
I think it's irrelevant who actually put the person on three-way. Who come up with the story that Tragic is involved in all of this stuff? Can we get to the meat and potatoes here?
Told me that, and I said I had known nothing about it.
I have screenshots. I know
of the
for a
other
fact.
person telling me, and I told you, Michelle, and we put the third person, the other person on call
We're
because
not
she's
lying.
the one
We're
that
not
knew
lying.
it,
I'm not
not
giving that
me.
person up, but you will know who that person is eventually.
Well, whatever. But all I'm saying is
I
that
am
third
pressing
person,
charges
I knew
against Beezer.
nothing.
Beezer
Time
had
out.
come to my
Now we're
house
going to
with
play
her
more
husband
semantics
sat
Oh
with
my
words.
by that
Jesus,
propane
Now we're going to
tank
play
on
more
Saturdays
word
and waited
semantics
for me
as
to
to who the
leave.
third person is.
Okay, Michelle. All
Let
right.
him
Whatever you
talk. Let
say.
him.
Whatever you say, Michelle.
Who's
Whatever
the
you
liar here? Who's lying?
No
I
one's
got no
lying
reason to
except
lie.
that
I mean,
she put me in
I
touch
came
with
right
that
out with it and
creator.
said it. Like I have no reason to freaking lie. Like whatever.
I've already talked to the chief of police.
Okay,
I'm getting a
perfect.
restraining order and a stalking order. I'm filing
Hmm.
charges
Mhm.
because
Here we
at
go.
the time when
Mhm.
I said something about Tragic's mother, Tragic told Beezer to go throw nails in my driveway.
And I said to
I've
you,
got screenshots. Guess what, guys? I actually had to go to Goodyear and replace 2 of my tires because
I
one of
thought
the
it was
tires went in
one.
my sidewall.
Yesterday it
I
was
have
one.
receipts from fucking Goodyear at the same time where I had to replace 2 of my tires.
But remember, I
Beezer
said,
is going to fucking jail.
so when you called me today, what did I say to you? Well, maybe you should look for some nails in your driveway. And you said, do you know
She
the
did.
size
She
of my
said you need to
driveway?
go check for nails to see if it happened again.
No, I didn't say again. I said, go see if you can find any nails to begin with. That's what I said to you. Go see if you.
No, my tires were
You
brand
said
new,
you need
guys. They were
evidence. I said,
brand
well,
new
go
from
see if you can
Goodyear.
find
Thank
nails.
God I had tire protection, and it cost me $179 with the tire protection to replace the 2 new tires.
Yeah, but yesterday it was only one tire. You said. So
No, it didn't. I said it was 2, and I can back that
tomorrow
up
it'll be
for
4.
somebody I texted.
Okay, tomorrow it'll be 4. Okay, all right, whatever.
Oh, fuck you, Glam. It was 2, and I've got the goddamn receipt.
Okay, that's great. It was 2. Okay, I misunderstood you. It was 2. You're good. You're good. You're good. It was 2.
It was not the construction workers, guys. This happened way back in March.
Well, that's what I said to you, Michelle. Then if you want evidence, go see if there's any nails. You said there's
This happened
construction.
in March. We're in October.
But Michelle, you said to me there was construction workers coming in and out, so you wouldn't find them. And I said, okay, well then if you have nothing to see around,
This did not
either you
happen
have it in
just
black and
now.
white or you have nothing. Did I not say that to you today? If you have nothing in black and white, you have nothing. Did I not tell you that today? Yes, I did. Did I not? I said,
Wait,
if you
I
do
don't have
not have the
construction
info,
going on
you
my
have
house
nothing.
with nails.
Pardon me?
No, I'm reading chat.
Oh,
I got my desk
Yeah,
pressure
so-
washed, and they stained them. There's no
Michelle
nails.
was the third
There's no
person.
construction.
Michelle has 2 phones, and she was the third person. That's my guess.
yeah.
No,
That's it.
there's a
Yeah, that's
third
it.
person that y'all both just threw right under the bus. So I'm sure.
Well, I mean, there was.
No,
I
that
never
person
threw
is
the third
actually gonna
person
come
under
down
the
and
bus. I
testify
haven't
in
said no
court.
name. But I mean, there is another. But I'm just saying, the person had told me, and I said that got nothing. I know nothing about any of that. She wanted to put Michelle on it. For me to put Michelle on a 3-way. I didn't know how to do a 3-way on the Google thing. So I said, I'll hang up from you and I'll get Michelle to put you on a 3-way. And I called Michelle and said, put her on a 3-way. And this was why.
Well, Nikki, that was in August.
What was
It
in
wasn't
August?
Beyonce.
They asked when I hit the railroad tire. It's not when I had my tires replaced. I'd have my tires replaced before I went to Dallas to go to my training center when you stalked me. My
Is the
tires
third
were
person
replaced
Beyonce?
right before Toegate happened, actually, because my toe was bothering me then.
I can't stop laughing to straighten this mess out. Oh my
I'm drifting
God.
for tires. No, I'm not. The tires have already been replaced. This happened when I was in Dallas.
Oh my God.
I'm grifting
Everybody.
for tires. The tires have been replaced, guys.
Make
Been
it
there,
stop.
done that. It happened before it snowed. Because actually,
Let it go,
if
Jenny.
you don't
Let it go.
remember, actually, if you
Let
don't
that shit
remember,
fly, girl.
when it was snowing,
Let it
I said,
fly.
thank God I just put 2 new tires on the front of my car.
Lord.
Let it roll. Is Beyonce the third person?
Who?
Beyonce. Was Beyonce on the phone call with you?
Yeah, it was Beyonce. Beyonce's the one that found it. You're right. You're
Michelle,
so
it was
right,
Jay-Z.
Wilhelmina.
It was Jay-Z,
You're right.
not
Beyonce's going to
Beyonce.
come testify for me in court.
Are you going to court again?
I'm taking
For
her
this?
to court. I'm taking Beezer to court.
Oh.
But with
Do you think
but
that's
that's
true? Do you think
Michelle,
it's
that's
true?
what
I
I
have
said
proof.
to you today. You have proof? Okay, that's why I'm not privy of that. I knew nothing about that.
Now
But
I have
come-
proof. Since I talked to you this morning,
There we go.
when you
Thank
when
you
you
very
texted
much.
me twice this morning and told me to call you, and I said I was sleeping.
Excuse me? I texted you this morning about Vinny and said that Vinny,
Hold on,
what
Jenny,
do
Jen,
I
Jen.
do? Are you able to call? That was this morning, and you called me, and then you went in about this, and I said to you straight up, if you do not have the evidence, you can't do a thing about it. And I have not spoke to you, no text, no nothing since then. That was earlier this morning, and I knew nothing about it. Nothing. So you're saying you have the evidence? That's why I said to you, you got to don't do anything. You cannot spread slander without having it in your hand. You can't do it. So you're saying you have it? Well, then, okay, you have it. I nothing of it. Did I
Okay.
not know anything of it, Michelle? Did I know anything of it? Did I know anything of the information that you got today after we spoke? Did I know anything of that? No? Yes? Maybe?
So it's kind of like what I thought originally, that Michelle was coaching you or kind of
No.
telling you
So
how to handle things,
tried
right?
to.
Because
Yeah, she tried to. When I went and did the second live, and because people had so many questions, and I went on and I apologized and I made it clear after Michelle had the drunking thing, and I was like, no, I don't condone this. I don't condone. And if there was drinking and driving, all I can do is say, she said earlier in the live, she had a couple of drinks, drove home. Then she's saying she didn't. So I have no idea.
I'm so sick of this shit. I
I
can't
wasn't
stand people
there.
that lie. Jenny,
What's that?
check your fucking email.
So
Well,
Michelle, was
who's
I
I
Glam, whatever. You're done.
was
I'm
I
sick of
there?
fucking
Did
liars.
I
I'm
know
sick of
about this
fucking liars.
information? Did I
I'm
know
so
about this
sick of people that
information?
lie.
Okay. Did I know about this information? Answer the damn question.
Okay, I can't stand people that lie,
Yeah.
Glam. I can't.
hang
You
on,
got
I'm,
on
Did
Jenny's
I
engine to
know
save your
of this
channel.
I'm checking it.
information,
Hang on,
Michelle?
I'm getting it, Michelle.
Answer the damn question. Did I know about this
I'm
information?
I'm like tuning you out because I can't stand people that lie.
Because you know you damn well did not. I knew nothing. So don't dare try to put that on me, Missy Boo, because I didn't.
Missy Boo.
Missy Boo, that's right. Don't put that on me because
Glam,
I knew
really think that
nothing
you
of
need
it, Michelle.
medication.
Don't put that on me because I knew nothing of it. Nothing. So don't say I did. I
Okay,
go
I'm
into
pulling
enough of my
it up.
There's a
shit.
third person.
Yes,
Okay,
of course there's a third person.
Oh, geez. She is sending me screenshots I'm about to pull up. So if you
Oh,
want
The
to
shit.
third person?
own up to anything, you better do it. I don't know. I hadn't read them.
Sit down, squat down, or lay down. It's about to go down.
I'm dropping because I'm watching football. So
Okay,
I'm
bye.
Okay.
I can't
All right.
stand lying. And now you
Bye.
dug yourself a bigger hole.
Bye.
Dug yourself a bigger hole.
Bye.
Oh.
Okay, there's one.
Mhm.
Okay, I need to make it bigger because. All right, well, will you read it?
Whoa. You want me to do it? Okay.
Yes.
Who's this from? Who's the name at the top?
This is Glam.
Okay.
This is Glam
From
to Michelle.
Glam to Michelle. Okay. Oh shit, you done messed up, girl. It says, what do you have on Mitten Mama and or TCL? Anything on Lucy the bitch? TCL is gonna get her turn this week. Don't you worry. I'll rip that fucker a new asshole. Yet I'm in that mood. But guess what? I took your title. I'm really sorry. But I was told yesterday that I'm the most hated person on YouTube. Fuck them all. I'll have my hours in a day or so, too. Only need 200 now. No big deal. That, too, will be another shitstorm. I'm sure that was because Michelle was on panel, laughing face emoji. We need to report them both with having you playing that circumventing or whatever.
Yeah, look, there's no denying it. Yes, I damn well said it. I own it 100.
So stop saying you fucking love Lucy and Tragic when you're fucking I
No,
told Jenny
Michelle,
that you're
I said
playing
to
both
you,
sides. Stop
yeah,
it.
I said that in
Ladies,
I
there's more.
said it
There's
being
more.
mad 100.
Let's get it all in.
But
Let's get
I
it all
told
in.
you, Michelle, straight up that Lucy and Tragic
Zoom in,
were
Jenny.
good people. I told you that straight up. Now, did I say this being angry?
Hold on, Glam. We're not
Yes.
done. There's more. Let's get
Okay.
it all out there. Then respond to this.
This
okay?
is just
Move-
where she says,
says-
call her.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waking up. Give me a sec.
And that's what I
Please
spoke
call
about.
me when you awake. Then it
Told you
says,
there were 2 Macs this morning.
you
That's what
said,
you
let
Michelle, for
MGL.
fuck's sake.
I'm not done. Hold on. Let me read it. You said, let MGL suck your D for $10. But I
That
heard
was to Vinny G.
get
'Cause
drunk.
We were trolling him this morning.
But
We were
I'm
also
not done. I'm
trolling
trying
Vinny
to
G
read.
this morning.
I'm trying to
because
read.
Vinny
Y'all
G met her back.
interrupters are crazy. But I heard you get drunk and suck off blokes for free with a photo. Wow.
That's
We were
what
trolling Vinny
I'll
G this
send to-
morning.
to send to Vinny G because Vinny G had a full fucking live going on me. And I called Michelle and I said, I don't know if there's any, I didn't call Michelle. That was in her text, like saying, I don't know what is there anything that I can do? And Michelle said, I'm just getting up. Give me a minute. And Michelle phoned. There it
Okay,
is.
so Michelle, you said earlier, just a few minutes ago, Michelle, you said Vinny G was live and we were trolling. Who was the we that
I
you're
was helping
referring
her
to?
troll him.
That was
when
me
she
and
said call her,
Michelle.
she's like, Vinny's doing a whole
Oh.
live on me. You know I hate Vin.
Okay.
She's
That
like,
was
Vinny's
me
doing a
and
live
Michelle.
on me, blah, 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 blah. And
I
so
never-
I was trolling Vinny for her. I
Okay.
don't like
So the
Vinny.
we
I
that
think
you were
everybody knows
referring
I don't like
was
Vinny.
me and Michelle.
Right.
Yes.
We know that. So the
Right.
we
I
that
was
you were
trolling
referring
Vinny
to
for her.
So
was you
I
and
sent
Glam.
one message to Vinny and I was timed out. So Vinny never seen the other message.
I was
Okay.
trolling Vinny for her. Everybody knows I can't stand Vinny. I never watch his show. I didn't even know
Well,
what
he
his
didn't
channel
have any
was.
business talking about anything. He didn't even have a clue what was going on. But
well, he
the
was-
difference is
Yeah, he went. It was
the important part is the asking for things on people, Glam.
yes,
Mhm.
and I was wrong 100%. But that
Yeah,
is who
she's
I was.
always wrong. I mean, I'm going.
Michelle,
I'm
I
going.
can
I
say
just
when I'm
stop
fucking
lying.
wrong.
I
Shut
told
your
you to stay
damn
away
mouth.
from
I
Vinny
know
Jen
when
Jen. I
I'm
told you
wrong.
not going to your
Unlike
apology tour,
you,
and
you
now you're
don't
talking
know your
shit about me.
faults. I do. I know when I'm wrong, and I was wrong. I admit it. Had an issue with. I even said it straight up. Tragic.
Okay, hold on. I got a
and
question for Michelle
Lucy-
before you go. That
Yeah.
first text message that was shown asking for information on Mitten Mama and TCL. When was that text message sent?
Yesterday.
Today. You
Oh,
got
no,
it.
it was today. It was
No,
today.
it was late in the night, Michelle. Look at the time.
Okay, I said
So it was
yesterday.
middle of the
I
night.
said yesterday.
Yes. Yes.
So it was middle of the night you sent that
I was
message, but
sleeping.
today you want people to believe that you're not that person.
No,
Okay.
I sent Paloma.
I was
I
sleeping.
said I'm owning what I did. That was so I said
You're owning it now
yesterday-
because it's
yeah.
being put out there, but you didn't say shit earlier about having asked for information about Mitten Mama
I
or TCL.
wasn't even thinking about that message.
Oh,
Never
okay.
even I never but I mean if she said if you someone I never even if I had to go look in my phone 100%. Why wouldn't I say that when I've said everything else? I've said everything else.
I don't know,
And
maybe
the-
because Mitten
there's
Mama's
a
in the
whole
chat.
thing
Guys,
behind
I'm
we
going
all
back to my
love
football.
I'm
her.
not getting into
I got a
it.
text from somebody that said that she was on your show lying about me and doing an apology tour. Saturday and Sundays are my football. I'm home today on Saturday. I go out usually on Saturdays and Sundays. Oh, look, I have real friends, by the way. I didn't mean.
Okay, Michelle.
I blacked out their pictures.
Get to the
But I
point.
have real friends, Jenny Jen.
Michelle, has
Okay,
she
I'm
asked
glad
you
that
for
you do. I'm
anyone
glad
else?
that you do.
I'm
I hope
out in
that,
public. I'm
Okay,
not on the
Ginny,
brown
was there
sofa.
anything else you need me to
Good
clear
deal.
up? Because it's like
Yeah,
20
yeah.
after
Stand by, Glam. Michelle, was there any other people's information that she asked you for in text messages,
Yeah,
or emails,
Michelle,
or
let
phone?
it all out. Anything? Go for it. Anything,
I
Michelle.
don't know,
Go.
guys. I just got a text that
anything else,
she was
Michelle?
on an apology
There you
tour
go.
and she was talking shit about me and it pissed me
Oh,
off. Right?
okay. All right. No, it's not an apology tour, Michelle.
Well,
I'm
somebody
owning
said you were
my
on an apology
I'm
tour and that you were
owning
lying your
my
ass off
faults
and
and
that
I'm
you're talking shit
owning
about
my
me.
wrongs.
Hey,
Can we get
Jenny
an answer?
Jen,
Can we get an answer before the
Rewind.
next
Michelle,
round
give
of
an
I'm
answer.
sorry's?
Did I
Before,
ask
hold
you
on,
for
you can't.
anyone
Hold on.
else?
We heard you say you're sorry 11 times. Michelle, did she ask for anyone else's information privately? Just
So
ask.
to answer it.
We were looking up Tragic's information all day yesterday.
No, but we no, honey. You
Wow.
were the one on
Just
Facebook.
hold
not
the
we.
apologies
Not
and
we,
excuses
boo-boo.
until everything
meet her?
comes out. That's your best
Don't
bet.
you
'cause
say
it sounds
we. I
weak
had
right
no
now.
fucking part of that, my darling. No
did.
part of it. No part of that. None.
Also,
But
Tragic.
did I ask you for information on anyone else other than Tragic, Mitten Mama, and Lucy?
That's
and
a long list.
TLC.
Oh, you
Just
fucking
all the
lying
people
bitch.
that you were
Just
arguing
all the
with.
people that you don't like.
That was
So here's another
that's the only
person.
people I had an issue with. So that's
She asked
Here's
me for
another.
Flava's
So
number.
anytime you have issue
I
with
asked
somebody,
you
you're
for
going to go
Flava's
digging
number,
up
but did
their
I say I had a problem
information.
with Flava? Did
So,
I say I had
and
a problem with Flava?
Glam,
said
you need to
have
learn to let
Flava's
people
number.
speak. You suck at that. So
I
anytime
do.
somebody
Don't
gets
Yeah,
mad
don't
at
tell me
you,
that all the time. Oh,
anytime
okay.
somebody gets mad at you, you're going to go seeking their information.
Oh,
That's what you just
I
taught
get-
us.
Oh, yes.
And then
yes,
apologize for it, not when it
yes,
happens, but when
Anyway,
it's
Jenny,
outed.
do
That's
we
what you're
have
going to
any more
do.
questions?
You're going to
It's
run your
almost
mouth, bump
6:30
your
and
gums,
I'm
and raise
done.
all kinds of hell to get
Bye.
content on your channel. And then when
Yeah.
people call you out on it, you're not going to own a freaking bit of it. You're going to come up here and say you're
Oh,
sorry,
rage quit.
which means
There was
nothing.
rage quit. She rage quit.
That wasn't even hard.
That's
Okay,
sorry.
Michelle. Bye.
I'm
Anything you wanna-
sorry.
Anything you want to add?
No, it just pisses me off. Like, I really am trying to change. Like, I am. I mean, I don't care what you say, right?
Well,
I'm really
Well,
trying
we'll
to
be
fucking change.
watching to see. You know what I mean? You can only
Right?
show it.
I mean, my birthday was on Sunday. It was my 50th birthday. You're like, oh, she was drunk. Well,
You want a
it was
freebie
my
for getting
birthday.
drunk and fucked up on your birthday. You got it. There's your freebie. How long have you been talking with Glam behind the scenes? How long has she been all up involved in all this stuff?
I guess kind of since I went on her live.
Like probably before the first one, right? Before maybe
no,
around the
I just
first
kinda-
time you went on there.
I like went in her chat one day and I was just chatting and I took a link, right? I mean, it was innocent. And then she called me after that, running some questions by me, and I was like, hey, I'm not answering anything about my son. I'm not, and she really wasn't covering up for me because, like, guys, the seeing is believing, right? It is believing. And everybody's like, she drank and drove. And I was like, no, I didn't. And I'll say this to you. I'll say it again to 100,000 people. Deal was after we left the wing spot, but everybody knows what it is. I really don't care. After we left there and we decided
you're
to
deflecting. Can you answer this?
Well, she's just.
I'm talking about something
story.
important.
She's on a long story for some
You've
reason.
said
but
it over and over and over.
No,
she
but
probably
because
I
it's
just want to know how
important,
long
Jenny,
you've been
Jenny.
working with her.
She
Let me
probably
ask this.
wanted to,
I'm telling you when I talked to her last.
The whole chat wants to know this. Michelle, when you talked to her before you went up on her panel, did she let you up on the panel because she needed the watch hours and the subscribers to get monetized?
I'm sure she did. I mean, Tara's my old mod, and Tara knew that when she went on her little panel hopping tour, your
I'm asking about
Bod's
Kimberly
channel,
though.
she was
I want to
getting
know about
watch
Kimberly.
hours.
Did Kimberly know? Was that okay when you were
Well, of
talking with
course
her
she did.
before you
Of
went on
course she
panel?
did.
Did you have conversation about how that was going to bring views and clicks?
Yes,
and
of
watch
course.
hours?
I mean,
Okay.
everybody knows I bring views. Jenny, you know I bring your channel views.
Well, not so
Yeah.
much. No,
I mean,
it's the
true.
same community
I mean,
over here. No, most people actually leave when you get here. They don't like to see you here. So for me, it's the opposite, actually. But for Glam, it would have been. And she wasn't ready for all that hate, That's what I tried to say to her. Like,
and what
she
I
just
told
couldn't-
her, right? I mean, you're a creator. What I told her, and it's the truth, and you'll agree with me. When she scheduled that live for Wednesday, I said, you're making a mistake. When she's like, let's talk about the Sunday's match. Because I talked to her and I'm like, look, here's the deal, Glam. I did not drive home. The deal was after my birthday, if we were going to hang out with friends, my Jeep was going to be driven home. Because I knew that we were going to drink more at somebody's house. And everybody's like, well, why didn't you take an Uber? For the millionth time. They're like, Uber's in Columbus. Yes, there's Uber in Columbus. But there's no Uber where I live. So I could have Ubered home, but I would have been stranded up here and not been able to get back to my Jeep. My Jeep
What was the
driven
question?
home.
What?
Here's the thing.
Again?
It's the
What
third
was the
person,
question?
Tara. That's what everybody thinks. The third
It's
person
not
is
Tara.
Tara.
Third
Hey,
person.
I don't think it's. Oh wait, Glam's back. Okay.
Who's the third person? The chat is
I'm
asking.
not saying
No,
anything
I
right
came
now.
back
You will
because I
find
didn't
out.
want you to think that I rage quit. My phone died, so I didn't want
Oh,
you to
okay.
think that I rage quit.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, good.
Yeah,
Okay,
Good.
my
but I
phone's
never.
about to die.
My
Speaking of
phone
that, I
was
have to
full.
plug up.
Okay. Good. Good. At
So
least
y'all
you
know
didn't
me, I
rage
rage
quit.
quit.
I'm glad about that.
No, I didn't, and that's why I came back because I said they're going to think I freaking rage quit. No, I didn't rage quit. My phone My phone just
And
died.
hell
Well, what I
no,
was
I'm
telling
not
Jenny
friends with
Jen is
Michelle.
I
Are you
told
kidding
you.
me?
You said
Y'all are
bye
seeing
3
everything
times.
I'm doing in real
So
time.
yeah,
Shut
Michelle,
up.
you did say to me, don't do that live. And what have I told you? Since when did you listen to anybody that gave you advice? That's what you said to me even today. I told you shouldn't have done
But
that
it was a
second live.
mistake. It was a
And I
mistake
said
to
to
go on an
you,
apology tour. You should have
Michelle,
just dropped it.
did you
Because
ever
the incident
listen to
happened on
anyone?
Sunday. I explained that I did not drive home.
I said that.
Someone
I
drove my
said,
Jeep home, and they're like, "But you had a donut in your Jeep." Yes, I needed cigarettes too. We stopped at Circle K. My Jeep was dropped off, and one of the people in the picture with our faces blacked out is the person who we went to the apartment, and that is one of the people that drove with me to drop my Jeep off, and then went home. Someone followed my Jeep. Someone drove my Jeep. They got together and they went back to Columbus. My Jeep
all I
was
said
definitely
is,
driven home.
I was not there. I can't. All I'm saying,
Who is
you
it
No
that said
one
told
that?
me
was.
that
Who's
I'm
you.
that
telling you.
person?
Oh, you're a
I'm
liar.
saying
No,
you
I'm not. It
told
was my
me that
birthday.
you weren't drinking and driving, that you
Of
had.
course I wasn't.
That's what I said.
And it
That
was my
all I can
50th
say
birthday.
is
Oh
that's
my
what
God.
you
I can't have a
told
few
me.
drinks on my birthday. I was 50. For
I
Christ's sakes.
I said you told. All I can go with is what you said. I wasn't there to say otherwise. That's what I said about you driving your Jeep. I don't know. Only you know that. We don't know that.
Okay.
We don't know the
Share
truth.
Bear.
Okay.
By the
Okay.
way,
Chat.
your name's Cheryl. I know your whole name. We looked it up
Stop.
Michelle.
Don't come
yesterday.
up here doxing people.
Don't be.
Mm-mm.
Don't,
You're not going to
Michelle.
dox people.
Don't.
Chat.
I said
Chat
her
wants to
first
know
name.
if
I
the
didn't say anything else.
chat wants to know if the third person was best of truths.
No.
No, it's not best of truth. I'm not saying anything else. But
No.
Cheryl, I know your whole name, your address, everything.
Stop
you up
it.
yesterday,
Don't
too.
come up
Michelle,
here and
that's not
dox and
nice.
threaten people. That's
I'm
not
not.
cool,
I'm
Michelle.
just saying.
That
We
is
looked
a
You
you up
threat,
are.
too.
Michelle. That's not nice.
She
She's
goes
just
by
telling you
Share
to
Bear.
step lightly, is what she's really doing. But still, stop it, Michelle. Michelle.
I'm not saying anything else. I could say everything if I wanted to.
Yeah, don't do that. Okay. Anything else before? Look, y'all, we've been here freaking almost 4 hours. I'm
Radio
ready to
Michelle
go.
hasn't changed. I'm not the person that looked up the information. I'm not the one that said, "Do you live by a propane place?" I was minding my own
because
business yesterday.
that's why I said, Michelle, I said straight up. I was talking to this other person and she said, ask Michelle, do she live near the propane, whatever it was I asked you. And you came back and said yes. And I
Share Bear,
said
I
to
don't have
her,
a record either.
and I said,
That's how I
Stop.
got my last job.
Leave
because
the
I had to
chat
do a background
alone.
check.
Conversations on panel.
and
Please
then
leave the chat
she
alone.
told me the reason, and then she told me about that. So when you said yes, I went back to her, and then she said, can you put her on a three-way? And I said, I haven't got a clue how to put her on three-way on Google chat or whatever. And that's when I said, I called you and you put her on the three-way. And I said, do you have her number? And you said, I think so. And you riddled it off. And I said, yes, that's the number.
Bootsy, actually, I have your information too.
See, Michelle, stop
didn't
reading
look it
chat
up.
and
I didn't look it
threatening.
up.
Stop making threats, Michelle. That's all you
Bootsy
do is
saying I'm a
threaten to
piece of
dox
shit and
people.
stuff.
Well, there's half the internet says that about you, Michelle. But going back and doxing with people
But if they
that's
wanna
not. You're
say
making the
things
threat,
about me,
Michelle.
guess what? A lot of
They say
people's
things about you
information was
because of the
revealed
things that
yesterday.
you've done and the things that you've said.
And
That's
because they're
why.
true, Michelle. Good God.
Yeah, like,
No, they're not.
are you
Jenny,
new?
Jen.
You know that you've done a lot of ugly shit to a lot of people, so they don't
Yeah,
like
Okay,
you.
but
Just
who are
don't
the
even
people
look
that I
at the
did it to?
chat.
Let's discuss that,
But you
Philomena.
jump up on panels and you start threatening to dox people. Like, just ignore
I'm not.
chat.
I just said I know who you
You
are.
did.
because
You said I know your
information was
whole
looked up
name and where
yesterday,
you
too.
live
I
and all this
didn't
other
do
shit.
it.
Just stop doing that.
So in Paloma, when I sent that to Michelle, yes, I own it, but I totally, like, I
You own
forgot
it when
about
people call you out on it, Glam. That's what makes you a bullshitter, because you own it when people call you
okay.
out on it.
All
You don't
right
own
then.
it before that. That makes you
But
not
I
an honest
forgot about
person.
it. Jumping,
who-
Jesus, do you
Oh,
know
you
how much there's
So you're
been?
angry, you're in
just
pain,
forgot.
or you forget
I
about it, and
forgot.
that's why
Oh,
you
I
don't own
forgot,
it.
Loma.
I
I
understand that.
forgot. You
I
don't
get
get
that.
angry. That's right.
Like
I
Michelle
forgot. You're
wants a pass
perfect.
for
You're
drinking
perfect.
and
That's
driving on
fine.
her birthday. You want a pass
Okay.
because
I
you
did not
forgot
drink and drive
and all
on
this
my
other
birthday.
stuff. I got you.
Okay.
I
Okay.
understand.
Perfect.
I get it. I
Stop
get it with
spreading
you.
false
Got it.
lies. I did
Got
not
it.
drive on my birthday.
I did not say that you did. I'm saying that's
You
what
just
people
said
said.
Michelle wants a
I
pass
did.
for drinking and
I
driving on her
said
birthday.
that's
You just
what
said
people
that.
have said. That's what people have said. Again, I don't know you, so I don't make assumptions about you because I
You
don't know
just said
you.
Michelle wants a pass for drinking and driving on her birthday. I did not drive.
Okay, Michelle, I apologize for using that as an example. Is that better?
Yeah, it's much better because I didn't drive
Thank
home.
you. Okay. So now the chat wants to know if the third person is Chrissy Payne. You see what's happening here? Because you're saying there's a third person and not telling who it is. Everybody's
because
running
Nobody's
with
business until I go to court.
They're also
I'm
now
not
trying to say it was
saying anything,
Flava,
but no, it's not
and it
Chrissy
wasn't
Payne.
Flava, I'm sure.
No, it's
I've
not
seen
Flava.
Bot's name, Flava's
Just
name,
don't,
Christy
Glam,
Payne's
don't
name,
say who it's
Tobo's
not, and
name.
don't
I've
say it
seen
because they're going to try
all
to like
kinds of names.
figure it out who it is.
It is none of them, and I'm not going to say it anyway. So whatever.
Yeah, don't say it. They'll
I'm
figure
not.
it
I
out
have no
when we go to
intentions
court.
on it. I have no intentions on saying anything. But Michelle, did I not say to you, you cannot say anything. You do not know anything until you have something put in front of you. You
And I
cannot
That
told
would mean
you,
the third
why did
person
you
doesn't
say
exist.
anything about what was
Well,
going
Paloma,
on?
that's your problem if you don't believe the
So
third
listen,
person exists. I don't
up
really
until the
care.
third person is outed for participating in behind the scenes bullshit, that would mean the
I am
third
not
person does
putting
not
it out there.
exist, and that
I'm
these two
not
ladies
None
were
of
the
your
ones
business. The
orchestrating
person
it.
exists,
Because
but it's
you're
not
asking
your
Yeah, that's
business.
true.
That's
no.
the whole thing,
I'm
Boo.
not
That's
saying
true.
it.
It's
I'm
gonna
not
be.
I'm trying. Listen, I'm trying to keep the chat from running rampant with
Yep.
accusing all these other people.
But
That's all.
okay,
Yeah.
but you know what though? But see, I only got involved because I was on the phone and this person said like wanted to talk.
It doesn't
was
matter.
talking
Just
to
The
stop
me.
talking about it,
because
So
Glam.
I
doesn't
Stop
understand
matter.
talking
the
You
about it
got
and
dynamics
let
of
involved.
it
it,
go
yes.
But you
legal
But I
and
have
chose,
we'll figure it
The
out.
yeah.
nothing to do
the
with
because
Don't
going
even
does
into
talk
not
it.
about it. You
matter.
shouldn't have
I
said anything
understand
about
that,
what
The
but what
happened.
I'm
because doesn't
saying,
matter because
I'm
you got
not.
involved.
I understand that, but it's not. You know, I have
Just
no
don't say
information
anything
about it.
about anything else. You shouldn't have even said about what was going on
Well,
because
Michelle,
now
you
they
should
have a
have
heads up.
friggin' opened
Are
up
you
your bloody
kidding me?
mouth.
Michelle, you
For
brought
the
it
love of
up.
Jesus.
She's the one that said it.
No, you wouldn't shut your fucking face. For God's sake, you don't know when to shut up.
So now
Well, by
Glam
the
is
way,
mad
you know what
that
else
her
was
bad
brought up
behaviors
yesterday?
are
No,
coming out.
Paloma, put a sock in it. For the
I'm
love of
narrating.
God, I'm just saying, like,
Oh
you
my
know, no, I'm not
God.
mad, but
I'm
I'm
just
just saying.
narrating,
But
Glam.
Anyway,
See, you
Jenny,
can't
I've been
handle.
here now for like
Kidding
3.5
You
me?
can't
hours or
handle
something.
it.
Are
That's
we
okay.
done,
my
Jenny?
God.
Because
A
I'm not
lot of
putting up with
people
any of
can't
Paloma's
handle
Okay,
being
let's
in
do
the
this
hot
real quick.
seat.
So are we done, Jenny? Are
Are you done in
Okay.
the hot seat,
have any more
Glam? Are
questions
you
for
done?
me, Jenny?
Lord
Is your
have
name
You
mercy.
done in
Jenny?
the hot
Y'all,
seat?
Your name Jenny?
y'all, we can,
Is you're
yes,
done?
look,
Have any
we
more
She's
can
done.
questions
just
for me?
shut it
She
off.
can't handle coming up here trying to
Do you have
spin the
any more
narrative
questions
that
for
don't
me?
work for her. She's done.
Okay.
She don't like the hot
Jenny,
seat.
did you have any more questions? Because if
That's
not,
okay.
I'm gonna go.
Do you
You
know
can
what
get
else
out the
got
hot seat.
yesterday?
You proved yourself to be not
Okay,
a
good.
not a
That's
person
nice.
of
Okay,
good
good.
character and
All right,
morals.
perfect. You think what you want, sweetheart.
You told me
That's
put a
okay.
sock in it.
Okay.
It didn't work.
Exactly, because you won't
Okay.
shut
My
up and let me
God.
fucking
Right.
speak.
Because my
This is
bullshit
Jesus, what do you
detector
want
just
me
went
to say?
off the wall.
Oh, sorry,
My whole
Paloma.
bullshit
Would
detector.
you
The whole
mind taking
bullshit
a
detector just
seat?
fell off.
Sorry,
yeah,
Paloma.
It
You
all
don't
just
mind
went
if I
off the
get a
wall.
word to you,
I
Paloma?
think this has
You
been
don't
an
mind, do you,
enlightening day
Paloma?
It doesn't
completely.
matter who I
Do you have
remind you
anything
of. I'm
else
pretty
to say?
confident. I don't get myself in these
Jenny, did you have
situations.
anything
So
else to
it
Selling
doesn't
say?
matter what
yourself.
you think.
Exactly.
Do you have anything else that you wanted to say?
No, I am so
past
done. Like absolutely done. Put a
Okay,
pin in it.
perfect.
I'm through. Done.
Okay,
I am
awesome.
done. Y'all,
Okay,
it's been
thank
4
you.
hours.
I totally appreciate your
I'm not
help,
done.
and I thank you for what you've tried to do.
Michelle,
And
you're
you
done
know,
too, Michelle.
you
I
know,
got something
I
else to
own
say.
what I done. That's all I can say. And you know, so anyway, but okay, all right, you guys all have. Have a good day. All right.
You
Bye.
too, Glam. Have a great day, Glam.
Hey, Jenny,
What?
I got something else to say.
Oh God.
Some mugshots are coming out. Tragic got arrested. This is proof
Oh,
too.
come
I just had to
on.
say,
We're not going to do
Tragic got
that.
arrested right before.
Boom! I love Pro Charlotte.
She did.
Please don't do
She
that.
can come
Please
come
don't do
clean with
that.
it 'cause
Please
we're giving
don't
them a
don't
shot.
make
No,
it
no,
about
no, no.
tragic. Nope. Please don't do
No,
that.
no, that's not cool, Michelle, at all.
No, she did. She
Okay.
beat the shit out of a
It
woman
doesn't
in the Walmart
matter.
So
parking
Nobody
lot.
wants to
we're
hear
going to
negativity.
do this. All right, that's
Thank you,
enough.
Jenny.
I've had enough of every bit of it. Enough. I was fixing to boot Glam and boot Michelle. I'm done. Done. Put a pin in it.
Thank you.
Stick. I am done. Over it.
Love it. Jenny, you know what? I have to say this. I was feeling very empathetic and very bad about someone having made a really bad decision on their
me too.
panel. I really was. I was reading the chat like, oh shit, like how do we ask these questions and like get the answers and then like give everybody the space. But listen, they ain't no help in that. Not when you find out all the behind the scenes shit. I don't sit with that.
Well,
I
see,
know you
look.
don't sit with that.
Okay, so let me tell you a secret, right?
Tell
So
me.
there's a method to my madness. I know people don't normally. They should know me by now. They should know
I know.
that I always like to give people a chance, right? But I also like to show who they are, let them show themselves. And that's what's happened here, right? Because I had already gotten the emails from Michelle. So I was just waiting till she got obnoxious and couldn't take it anymore and had to come up here. I knew she would ruin it because she always does, right? She always flips, no matter what. That is one thing that Michelle is consistent about, screwing people over. She's 100% consistent about it,
So when the chat was asking, have you talked, how long did you talk to her before you let her on the panel? And then how many times have you talked to her after that? The chat knew too. The chat knew that there was something more going on.
That's at the very beginning. If you remember, I told her that. I told her these people know things. Like, you think that they're idiots, but they know what's up. Like, they already sensed that she was talking to her and, doing things, right? So but I wanted her to be sincere to everybody and apologize and, do better because when she does her thing over there, she's a different person,
Yeah, very
but,
much. And you gave her the opportunity to be honest and truthful about all the stuff she'd been involved with. You can't apologize if you're not willing to own what you're apologizing. So I'm sorry that you don't feel good or that you have body pain or that you get angry and can't control your mouth or that you, whatever, the plethora of excuses. It doesn't affect or matter when the outcome hurts people. Maybe take a break.
Thank you, Roundhouse. Yep. It was so eventually, and everybody and their mom has been telling me that Glam is like 2.0, and I didn't see it right until we had them both up here. I was like, oh my God, there is more to it. They are a little bit more alike, but sometimes you just got to give people a place to show their face,
Absolutely.
And
I'm glad that you did. Can I tell you why this was kind of important? I was over in Gina Diamond's chat, and that's where I met Glam. And then I was over in Glam's chat a couple of times. But I've got these events coming up, and I'm not girly. I don't know the first thing about makeup, which is why people call me a crackhead because I got dark circles, all this other stuff. And so she had reached out and was like, "I'd love to help you because I don't want to hire somebody to like go to these events and do, make me look like a girl and all that stuff."
Yeah.
And so she'd emailed me a couple of times and I said, yeah, I'll get back with you. So I was going to pay her for like a private makeup tutorial on how to, look better at these big events and stuff because it's new to me. And now I know that any information that goes to her is potentially going to be used for like behind the scenes, nefarious. The first time we disagree, we don't like. So that's why it's important to me. So I'm glad that you did this. I would not pay somebody to then later have my information to use against me.
Of course. Well, it'll all work out. Either she'll do better or she'll do worse. And that's what I kept telling everybody, we'll see one way or the other. But thank you for coming to help me with it.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Appreciate
it. It was much better than having Hondo up screaming.
Talking about peaners.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, love you, girl. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Love you too. Thank you. Bye. Okay, y'all. You're on Mama duty. Thank you, Savage. Thank you, Dorothy. Thank y'all. Well, and we got a little bit of entertainment today too, right? Woohoo. Y'all have a good day. I will see y'all tomorrow night. I'm sure I'll see you on the street somewhere. And if anything happens somewhere else, we might stream it on Chatter's Voice. You never know. Thank y'all for coming with and hanging with me though, and us working through it together. See y'all later. Much love.